Excellencies, Special Rapporteur, distinguished colleagues, representatives of the civil society, ladies and gentlemen, I hereby open the meeting of the Asia-Pacific Regional Forum on Minority Issues. It is my honor to welcome you all to what we all hope will be a very productive and interesting 2 days. This is the third Asia-Pacific Regional Forum on Minority Issues, convened since the establishment of the annual Forum on Minority Issues by the Human Rights Council in Geneva. I would like to thank in particular the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Dr. Fernand de Varennes, for organizing the regional forum. It is my pleasure to first give the floor to Kanni Wignaraja, Assistant Secretary General, Director of the Regional Bureau for Asia and the Pacific, United Nations Development Programme, who will give her statement by video.
I want to thank the Special Rapporteur, Fernand de Varennes, for inviting me to this event, and mostly for his initiative in convening this forum on a subject of immediate importance to UNDP and to all of us. The social contract that underpins every peaceful and flourishing society is not based on wealth and income. It is based on the dignity, trust, and respect that people give each other, and also that between a state. So if there's a sense of fair play and an equal stake for everyone, and voices and identities are protected and respected, that is a sign of a caring and truly prosperous society. I have always thought our region to be privileged, as we are host to the multiplicity of extraordinary religious, cultural, and ethnic diversity. And yet, it is also often marred by discrimination and violence against minorities, often driven by fear and prejudice, which in turn fuels anger and drives violent extremism. COVID seems to have further exacerbated these fault lines in our societies. It is hard to understand, for this virus does not discriminate. But because we do, it is able to find avenues to attack weak spots, where some groups have not had access to healthcare and vaccines. This is on us as a global community, not on the virus. So actively promoting tolerance and understanding between different communities as unequivocally essential to a well-balanced country and community, at peace with itself and with others, can only happen if we protect and support our minorities. This remains at the heart of UNDP's strategy for preventing conflict, strengthening social cohesion, and furthering sustainable development. So what this translates to in 4 very practical ways for UNDP. First, we build early warning systems that leverage human skills with technology to monitor hate speech, discrimination and violence, and other human rights violations, so that we can identify trends and intervene together with partners and the stakeholders involved to address them in time. Our online crisis risk dashboard and new technologies for monitoring social media, as happening right now in Bangladesh and Cambodia, are making this analysis more nuanced and timelier. Second is an increasing engagement with young people to keep building that base of tolerance and respect for today and for the future. The youth-led virtual peace museum on religious freedoms in Sri Lanka is a case in point, or the strategic communications project for young, stateless, and indigenous people in Thailand. Third, we invest in building bridges and foster open dialogue, such as solidarity platforms between Muslims, Christians, and indigenous peoples in the Bangsamoro region of the Philippines, between host communities and refugee populations in a number of countries, or the National Talanoa on hate speech, racism, discrimination, and intolerance that we do with the Fiji Parliament. And fourth, we intentionally bring in the private sector through the business and human rights agenda, as this is an effort that is not only about governments and communities, but also about how business sector behaves and what incentives can they ensure that allows for a fair and equal stake for everyone. A good example is our program on ethical recruitment of migrant workers in Thailand. And yes, we need to do more. And across all of these efforts, a thread that runs through as our work in UNDP and the UN is the deep conviction that through a better understanding of each other's histories, cultures, and beliefs, that we will not fear each other's identities, but build a deeper respect and a kindness to each other. Thank you.
Now would like to give the floor to Heike Alefsen, Regional Representative, Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Regional Office for the Pacific. Ms. Alefsen.
Are impacting on minorities is important and more important than ever to address the root causes and to devise ways to prevent conflict and to have a forum for collective experience sharing from across the Asia and Pacific region to better understand how to provide human rights protection for minorities and how such protection can prevent and decrease conflict is vital. So as the regional representative of the OHCHR Office for the Pacific, we commend the Special Rapporteur together with the Tom Lantis Institute for convening this important regional forum on minority issues as an inclusive multi-stakeholder initiative. Conflict manifests in a spectrum of ways, from general tension and community disharmony to armed or militarized hostilities. And among the causes is the exclusion of and discrimination against individuals, groups and communities belonging to national, ethnic, religious, or linguistic minorities, who by definition are in a non-dominant position. The Pacific region is home to rich and diverse ethnic, linguistic, religious, and cultural communities, and to indigenous peoples who've been existing side by side for centuries. And arguably, at the present moment, the most extreme form of atrocities against minorities are found less in the Pacific compared to Asia and other regions of the world. However, it is important to identify early warning signs and indicators and to take preventative action and learn from experiences of the past. So at the outset, let me highlight that in most countries in the Pacific region, there are inequalities that need to be addressed. There are gaps in social protection that should be filled, along with economic safety nets that should be provided. And state institutions must be functioning with due respect for diversity and non-discrimination of minorities to prevent conflict. A particular concern in this region that we should keep a close watch on and address proactively is the impact of climate change, called by many now a climate crisis, which leads to migration and displacement, in some cases forced, for people, including minorities in small island states and low-lying coastal areas who may seek the refuge of relatively more stable nations or areas of our own country where they consider having more opportunities. Along with other UN agencies, our office is actively engaged in programs to address these issues. In other contexts, we have seen the conflict that can arise with people on the move due to pressure over scarce land and natural resources, or where people are compelled to seek out better economic prospects. We recall in this context the tensions in the Solomon Islands that this country is still recovering from. The increase in migration can also raise uncertainty and fear in the minds of some, which feeds into attitudes of xenophobia and demonizing minorities as the other. For example, the March 2019 attack on the mosque in Christchurch in New Zealand highlighted the role of social media in fueling underlying religious or race-based fears. Of course, the current global crisis that has had an impact on the Pacific is COVID-19, which has seen a spike in underlying stress or fear about limitations of personal freedoms, but also about loss of livelihoods. In this environment, minorities can also become scapegoats, leading to community disharmony and tension. In some countries, there have been signs of increased harassment against those of Asian descent. Other individuals have been stigmatized by those who perceive minorities as a threat to their or their community's welfare. Many minorities disproportionately suffer socioeconomic hardship, exacerbated by low-paid, essentially frontline service jobs during the pandemic, where hardships are compounded for minority women and persons with disabilities who face intersecting discrimination or other social, cultural, or economic challenges. Correct data and analysis is very much key in this regard. In Pacific countries such as in Fiji, for example, there have been calls and recommendations from civil society groups for the collection of more disaggregated data to inform a better policy response regarding minorities, socioeconomic and other situations. And here we should say it is not only in the state's overall public interest, but also part of their human rights commitments to leave no one behind in efforts to combat not only the viral spread, but also resentment that could lead to targeting minority groups. States must always be mindful to respond to the pandemic in a manner that complies with the principles of non-discrimination, especially racial non-discrimination, and implement policies and measures which are necessary and proportionate to the situation. In this context, the number of tools that the UN has to support countries is vast. For example, the strategy and plan of action to address hate speech. Esteemed participants, the devastation to lives and communities, as well as the demand on state resources, which could be put towards other priorities, indicates the serious cost of conflicts. These factors spotlight the need to enforce protection of minorities' human rights, to live in dignity and safety, to self-determination, and to preserve the identity of peoples with distinct languages, cultures, and traditions. And let me say in this context that the Pacific would very much benefit from a country visit by the Special Rapporteur on minority issues, where more specific action could be recommended. We encourage states to invite the Special Rapporteur. We would like to use this meeting, as well as others throughout the year, and to highlight the need for conflict prevention relating to minority human rights protection, to fully include minorities to build a more peaceful and conflict-free Asia and Pacific. Once again, we're greatly encouraged and optimistic for the discussions over the next 2 days, as well as the outcomes of this and other regional fora to collectively elaborate robust and meaningful recommendations. So again, thank you very much for this important opportunity, and I wish you all fruitful discussions and outcomes.
Thank you, Ms. Alefsen, for this important statement. I now would like to give the floor to Katia Chirizzi, Deputy Regional Representative, Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Regional Office for Southeast Asia. Ms. Chirizzi.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of the OHCHR Southeast Asia Regional Office, it's my pleasure to extend warm greetings and a welcome to you all. It is a great pleasure to participate in this Asia-Pacific Regional Forum on Conflict Prevention and Minority Issues. And I would like to thank in particular the Special Rapporteur, Dr. Fernand de Varennes, for organizing this important meeting together with the Tom Lantos Institute. This is a time of uncertainty in the region as the challenges of growing social and economic inequality, rising tensions between major powers, and the impact of climate change have been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. The rights of minorities are significantly impacted by these challenges, and the pandemic has further exacerbated the situation of many minority groups as we see increases in discrimination, xenophobia, and hate speech. These factors also contribute to the increased risk of conflict in a region where the most common form of violent conflict is at the subnational level, typically involving ethnic minority groups trying to achieve greater political autonomy. In Myanmar and Afghanistan, we have seen major escalations in conflict situations where the rights of minorities are a central issue of concern. And numerous minority groups in the region, such as the Papuans in Indonesia and the Bangsamoro in the Philippines, continue to face deep-rooted discrimination and inequality in access to economic, political power, to land and resources, which have become drivers of instability and in some cases of conflict. The UN system has placed prevention of conflict, violence, and crisis at the center of its work. And in launching the 2017 prevention agenda, the Secretary General said that the UN must do everything it can to avert the outcome of crisis. He noted that the human rights system was the best prevention tool we have, and that the rights contained therein both identify with many of the root causes of conflict, but equally provide real-world solutions through real change on the ground. The Human Rights Council, in Resolution 6251, has also committed to further strengthening its work on prevention, both in terms of addressing root causes or structural issues and rapid reaction to human rights emergencies. Security Council resolutions on sustaining peace and on the Women and Peace Security Agenda, which underlines the important role gender plays in creating and preventing conflict, further emphasize the multidimensional approach being taken to conflict prevention. Much of OHCHR work is aimed at preventing human rights violation, and the UN human rights system was created in response to conflict to assist states in preventing future conflicts. In that, OHCHR has a unique set of tools at its disposal to ensure a rights-based approach to prevention, including a set of universal norms, the mechanism and the mandates to work with member states to identify many of the causes of conflict and to resolve them through technical assistance. The Office has committed to the wider UN efforts on prevention, including through addressing the specific role that inequality, impunity, and discrimination play in triggering conflicts. And the rights of minorities are a central component to these issues. The rights of minorities are also at the heart of the 2030 agenda and leave no one behind. And OHCHR will continue to work to ensure laws, policies, and practices promote equality and non-discrimination, tackling the issues before they generate or fuel tensions. Since 2018, our regional office has had a small team focusing on prevention, early warning, and human rights in emergencies. And the team supports OHCHR staff and the UN system at the regional and country level to bring together information for early warning and risk analysis. This work has strengthened the regional office's ability to track emerging issues of concern and to contribute to early warning and risk analysis within the UN system. As also my colleague Heike pointed out, disaggregated data and information are key to forging a better understanding of where and how minority rights are at risk in the region, particularly in relation to economic and political power, land, access to natural resources, and access to justice. We can and we must do more to strengthen our data information gathering and to integrate key indicators on the rights of minorities into early warning and conflict prevention work. So with that, we really look forward to discussions over the coming 2 days from participants who will bring together such a diverse mix of experience and expertise. And our regional office, of course, stands ready to continue engaging with all our partners across the region to move this agenda forward together. So with that, I really wish you 2 successful days of discussion, and thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Chirizzi, for this insightful statement. I now give the floor to our last speaker, Dr. Fernand de Varennes, UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues. Fernand, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anna Maria. Madam Assistant Secretary General and Director of the Regional Bureau for Asia and the Pacific of the UNDP, Madam OHCHR Regional Representative for the Pacific, Madam OHCHR Regional Representative for Southeast Asia, Excellencies, distinguished state representatives and colleagues, representatives of civil society, ladies and gentlemen, bonjour tout le monde. Welcome, assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the third Asia-Pacific Regional Forum on Minority Issues. And please allow me to say a few words for this opening session as Special Rapporteur, having convened this regional forum, which unfortunately, again, due to the uncertainties around the pandemic, has to be online. But hopefully next year, the regional forums will be in person. Why conflict prevention and why the protection of the human rights of minorities? Well, because most conflicts today involve minorities and indigenous peoples. And we'll be exploring the best ways to prevent these conflicts and the hypothesis that this is directly linked to tackling the root causes of these tensions, leading to conflicts by protecting their human rights. We've already heard this being mentioned this morning. We'll be exploring this more deeply in the coming 2 days. Now, of course, not all conflicts involve minorities or indigenous peoples. In parts of the Asia-Pacific, class-based conflicts, for example, do occur. But most of conflicts today, in fact, in the last few decades, actually involve ethnic, religious, or even linguistic issues in some cases. It's also worthwhile to remind everyone of the importance of the focus of this event, and as indicated in the Regional Forum's concept note, how it connects with one of the main conclusions in the first joint study by the United Nations and the World Bank Group called Pathways to Peace, Inclusive Approaches to Preventing Violent Conflicts, which indicates the following, and I quote, "Many of today's violent conflicts relate to group-based grievances arising from inequality, exclusion, and feelings of injustice. It is when an aggrieved group assigns blame to others or to the state for its perceived economic, political, or social exclusion that its grievances may become politicized and risk tipping into violence," end of quote. In other words, today's main drivers of instability globally, potentially leading to atrocities and even crimes against humanity, are group-based grievances around exclusion and injustice. And meaning, if we want to translate this, that there are situations of grave violations of human rights. And let's be very clear about this. These especially involve minorities and indigenous peoples. So while the central promise in the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, is leave no one behind, what the United Nations and the World Bank studies suggest strongly is that this, well, is simply not happening, at least not always. Where groups such as minorities are left behind, conflicts are more likely to occur. And right now, around the world, inequalities appear to be increasing. I don't think anyone would suggest that inequalities are being tackled effectively throughout the world right now. Partly, well, we have to admit, partly driven by the pandemic, but even before then, it seemed more and more that many people were being left behind. And once again, these tend disproportionately to be minorities. So what is happening in regions such as the Asia Pacific and others in the world where violent conflicts erupt, or where you have groups such as minorities, which have long-standing grievances of exclusion, discrimination, and inequalities that remain unaddressed, and therefore they are left behind. Whole communities are being left behind. Those are the ideal conditions for tensions to erupt into violence. So addressing these root causes requires using the normative framework of international human rights to combat these underlying causes that undermine equality and lead to exclusion and discrimination. Many of the barriers that groups such as minorities face in accessing services, accessing resources and equal opportunities are not simply accidents of fate or a lack of availability of these resources or services, but rather they are the result of discriminatory laws, policies, or social practices which impact and leave particular groups of people further and further behind. And these groups of people everywhere tend to be minorities. And this explains largely why most, and I emphasize the point, most of today's conflicts involve these groups, minorities and indigenous peoples, who quite often are also at the same time minorities. So in the context of this regional forum, you'll also notice we'll be considering conflict prevention for minorities, but we will also include indigenous people in this category. Now, please allow me to make a few observations as to the importance of your discussions and insights for the next 2 days. The Asia Pacific is perhaps one of the less well-represented regions during the annual United Nations Forum on Minority Issues that is held every year in November or December in Geneva. In other words, we perhaps don't hear your voices enough. And the region from which we have not enough information on your particular contexts and challenges. And therefore, the region from which we perhaps don't appreciate enough the specificities and need. So just last week, for example, during a meeting of the UN Special Procedures in Geneva, some of the highest officials at the OHR suggested, as a matter of fact, that the United Nations was not well equipped to respond to the ethnic and religious complexities in Afghanistan. An admission I have to say, I find somewhat disturbing, but also inaccurate. And let me explain. What we are trying to do in the next few days is perhaps address these complexities so we can understand better what are the challenges and the approaches that would be more suitable for the Asia Pacific. So in a sense, the organization of this third regional forum for the Asia Pacific is one to compensate perhaps the lack of information or the lack of understanding or of appreciation of all of the expertise and knowledge and insights that you have. So all of the panelists that we have, the experts, the representatives, and the spokespersons for different communities are from this region, from different parts of the Asia Pacific, all different parts of the Asia Pacific as much as possible. And broadly speaking, we also have a gender balance in the composition of the various panelists here today and tomorrow. In a sense, and I do want to emphasize this, the Asia Pacific forums such as this one and all the other regional forums are not made up of mainly Western experts claiming to speak for or represent the region. It's quite the opposite. And I cannot sufficiently emphasize the importance of this forum for the region in order to better understand and appreciate the variety and richness of your contexts, but also, and I would say perhaps even more importantly, to provide a more accessible opportunity so that you may express yourselves and share your knowledge and insights with my United Nations mandate. I believe I'm also perhaps the first and even still the only rapporteur of the United Nations who has regular regional meetings of this kind. And I can also announce and share with you that we'll be having next year in 2022, 4 regional forums, hopefully held in person, pandemic permitting, of course, to mark the 30th anniversary of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities, to assess, if you will, rather, the impact of the UN Declaration during its 30th anniversary, but also look forwards towards the future on how to better recognize, protect, and implement fully and equally the human rights of minorities around the world. But more immediately today and tomorrow, we hope you'll be able to draft also precise and appropriate recommendations for your region on the themes which you will be exploring shortly. Recommendations that reflect your contexts and challenges and which deal first and foremost on the prevention of violent armed conflicts involving minorities. And I think I'd like to take this opportunity to remind you that only those recommendations which deal with the themes of the regional forums will be retained. The recommendations are important, and I think I need to say a few words just to explain these briefly. There'll be more detail on this later on. The recommendations which will emanate from this regional forum will then be formatted and summarized and made available for the deliberations of the United Nations Forum on Minority Issues, which will be held in Geneva this year on the 2nd and 3rd of December. They will also be added in as an annex to my own annual report to the United Nations Human Rights Council, which will be in March 2022. And they will also be included on the website of my mandate with the United Nations. And finally, this is part of a process, and I think we need to keep this in mind. And the recommendations could eventually serve in the preparation of a more succinct and targeted guide or guiding principles on conflict prevention through addressing the deep-rooted inequalities, marginalization, exclusion, and discrimination affecting mainly minorities through human rights protection in order to ensure that, once again, to refer to the SDGs, that no one is left behind and that through those means we can seek to prevent violent conflicts. Those are the short words of introduction for today. And at this point, I will cede the floor to Madame Chair, Madame Biro, for the next steps of this process. Merci, and welcome everyone again.
Dr. Fernand de Varennes, I thank you for your statement and your comments on the importance of the regional forum, which encourage us all in our work ahead. I would like to thank all our distinguished keynote speakers for their insightful statements and remarks. This was our last speaker at the opening meeting. Now I shall explain the rules of for the regional forum and summarize the process as briefly as possible. About the rules of proceedings. Participants of the regional forum are reminded to contribute constructively to the discussions along the themes addressed in the program of work of the regional forum. Please note that all interventions and statements on each theme of the regional forum should be relevant to that particular theme. It is preferred that speakers are not interrupted, so we ask you to make sure that your statements relate to the topics on the discussion. It is encouraged that all participants provide concrete recommendations on how to tackle the issues under the theme. In order to attain fruitful and meaningful exchanges, we expect that all participants show respect for others' views and invite all participants to exercise decorum, avoid abusive or disrespectful language or derogatory and inflammatory remarks, respect UN core values and principles, and emphatically uphold UN standards when referring to countries and territories. All participants are also reminded that any act of intimidation or reprisal against individuals and groups who have participated in this regional forum or who cooperate or have cooperated with the United Nations, its representatives and mechanisms in the field of human rights is absolutely unacceptable. States are urged to prevent and ensure adequate protection against such acts. Now I shall turn to the process of the regional forum. The purpose of this meeting is to formulate regional recommendations, which, as the Special Rapporteur noted, will inform the 14th UN Forum on Minority Issues. This meeting is organized around 4 thematic sessions, around which recommendations will be produced. Following the opening statements, the high-level state panel will begin. This will consist of presentations from the state representatives. Following the high-level state panel, the thematic session will begin. Each thematic session will start with presentations of 10 minutes from each expert. Following the presentations, the floor will be open for interventions during which participants will be able to make statements and propose recommendations. Now, a few words about the interventions. The focus of all interventions should be the development of recommendations. However, if participants have research or data that is relevant to the theme of the discussions, then they are encouraged to also share this with participants by posting it in the Zoom chat function. Interventions are limited to 2 minutes. Participants can speak only once during a session unless time allows for a second round of interventions. The moderators will communicate this to participants. Participants are required to remain muted with their camera disabled at all times during the meeting, except when taking the floor. This will ensure the best possible sound quality for all meeting participants. Participants wishing to speak must indicate this to the moderator using the raise hand function in Zoom and wait for the floor to be given to them by the moderator. The moderator will give the floor to participants in the order that hands were raised. The raised hand function is found in the reactions panel located at the bottom of your Zoom screen. Once a moderator hands the floor to a participant, the speaker must unmute themselves and whenever possible, turn on their camera before taking the floor. After their intervention is finished, the speaker mutes themselves and disables their camera. There are no rights of reply or points of order during the regional forum. All participants wishing to make a statement or intervention must follow the protocol detailed above. We ask that all participants that wish to propose recommendations do so by submitting them by email to Marcus Oda, Program Manager at the Tom Lantos Institute. His email address will be posted in the Zoom chat, or submit your recommendations in the Zoom chat function directly. This includes those recommendations proposed during an intervention to ensure they are incorporated into the final output document. All proposed recommendations submitted in writing will be collated by the organizers. During the final session tomorrow, a final list of recommendations will be made available for all participants to view via the shared screen Zoom function. Participants that wish to comment on a specific recommendation should use the Zoom chat function to send their comments referring to the specific recommendation number. Just to note, recommendations will be read up one by one so that you can submit your relevant comments. The UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues will ultimately make the final decision on the final set of recommendations, taking into account those comments provided. These will subsequently be posted online on the organizer's web page, the web page of the UN Forum on Minority Issues, and on www.minorityforum.info website. Please be aware that the regional forum is being live streamed on YouTube, and the video and audio recording will be publicly available on the Tom Lantos Institute's YouTube channel website, and again on www.minorityforum.info. Finally, the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues will be available for an hour at the end of each day of the Regional Forum for Media Inquiries. All media inquiries should be sent to his office via Miss Marina Narvaez Guarnieri or Miss Hee Kyung Yo. Their email addresses will be posted in the chat function. For more details and information on the process of the Regional Forum and on using the Zoom features, I would refer you to the practical information document and Zoom guide, which have been sent to you and are available on the Regional Forum registration website. That brings to an end this opening session. I would again like to thank all our distinguished keynote speakers for their statements. We shall begin the high-level state panel following a short technical check. Good luck with the meeting to you all.
Hello, Jerald.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sound test, sound check.
That's perfect. Thank you. We can see and hear you.
Is that okay? Good afternoon. Sound check, sound test.
Yes, that's working great. Thank you, Jerald.
Is it okay, Sean?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Can hear you. Okay, great.
And Dr. Zakkariya, if you could please check your microphone and video.
Testing. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And the video is perfect. Thank you. We will start in about 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, Jerald. Good afternoon, and good morning, good afternoon, Your Excellency, Dr. Zakkariya. Dr. Zakkariya, I don't know if you're trying to speak. I can't hear you.
I hear your voice, sir.
Okay, good morning.
Disuruh mulia ke apa? Tak cakap apa-apa pun. Katanya, tu tengok apa dia. Oh, dia cakap lagi 3 minit tadi.
Hello again. It is time now to turn to the high-level state panel, and I would like to invite Mr. Jerald Joseph, Commissioner of the Malaysia Human Rights Commission, to moderate the panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Anna Maria Biro. Thank you for this kind invitation to Dr. Fernand de Varennes. Good to see you, although it's just online. We're still waiting to meet in person. And also that His Excellency, Her Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, usually a long technical break will be so happy to run out and grab a coffee and chit chat, but life has changed. Now we are still in our room having coffee on our own. What a different world. But we look forward to the hopeful message by our special rapporteur that next year, possibly, we will reconnect. So as we continue with the first session following the opening keynote speeches, we're very happy to be back here to have a discussion. As the special rapporteur mentioned, This is third regional rounds of consultation called the Asia Pacific Regional Forum on Conflict Prevention and the Protection of Human Rights of a Minority. I think this participative manner has been a very good way for us to bring from the ground to help the Special Rapporteur in formulating best ways forward proposals that he takes on our behalf to the United Nations system. And those reports are instructive and helpful to all state governments in their deliberations at the Council and at the General Assembly. So thank you, Special Rapporteur, for keep on doing this. And this is really should be a regular standard hallmark for human rights mechanisms. So this afternoon, we are very honored to have the first session on the, it's titled the high-level state panel, which means this is the panel where government representatives will be speaking. And the objective is to highlight good practices and discuss lessons learned in the areas of conflict prevention and protecting the human rights of minority from the perspective of states. So the Special Rapporteur continues to emphasize the constructive approaches to conflict prevention so that this can inspire greater works, better efforts, and to also inform that different contexts will demand different responses from us as stakeholders on the ground. I come from the Human Rights Commission, one of the many stakeholders that are important. There's civil societies, there's states, I think maybe even non-state actors are here. So I think this combination is what we need in moving forward. The Special Rapporteur and his team had prepared a team to join us on this panel, but due to unforeseen circumstances, that did not really fall through to get a bigger panel. But it is really, I'm really happy to know that my colleague from Malaysia, the Malaysian government is represented here. So we still have a state to speak on this panel, and I'm proud to know that it's a Malaysian state. I was just informed recently. Thank you to the Malaysian government. And it gives me great pleasure in inviting for this high-level state panel, which will only have one speaker, but I'm sure we will still have a good discussion and insight as we go along. With us today is Dr. Mohammed Zakkariya, the Deputy Divisional Secretary, Policy and Strategic Planning Division of the Ministry of Rural Development, Malaysia. So it gives me great pleasure in welcoming Dr. Zakkariya and inviting Dr. Zakkariya to take the floor to share, to give his presentation on this panel on the high-level state panel. Over to you, Dr. Zakkariya.
Thank you. Good afternoon from Malaysia. First and foremost, I would like to thank to our moderator, Mr. Jerald Joseph, the Commissioner of Human Rights Commission, for the introduction, and not to forget distinguished panels, fellow members, and participants of the forum. It is a great honor to be speaking with you all today at the forum. I also would like to express my appreciation to the OHCHR for inviting me on behalf of the Ministry of Rural Development to share our experiences in guarding the welfare and well-being of the Orang Asli. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, so can I share my presentation? May I know how much time that I have for the presentation?
Dr. Zakkariya, you are the lucky one. So although it's planned for 8 to 10 minutes, so I think a little bit flexible with a few more minutes for you if you need that. Over to you, Dr. Zakkariya.
Thank you, sir. Next. So my brief presentation will be including introduction, government's role, Malaysia's experience, challenges, and way forward. Next. So the presentation is about Orang Asli group tribes in Peninsular Malaysia. The people of Orang Asli. We are referring Orang Asli here as Aborigines. in Malaysia is known as Orang Asli. They have the tribes of Orang Ulu and the Anak Negeri groups together constitute the indigenous population of Malaysia. So they have under the tribes, the major tribes are actually Negrito, Senoi, and Malay Proto. So indigenous people in Peninsular Malaysia are known as Orang Asli, name in Malay, term which transliterates as original people or first people landed in Malaysia or live in Malaysia, Malaya at that time. There are three main groups, namely the Negrito, as you know, Senoi, and Proto-Malay, that each main group has various sub-ethnic groups. So the differences between these three groups of indigenous people are in terms of history, socio-economic outcomes, and the places where they reside. For your information, the Negrito group can be found in the northern side, while Senoi reside in the central area. And last but not least, the Malay Proto are based in the southern part of the Peninsular Malaysia. So the population next. Orang Asli population in Peninsular Malaysia. So why we have, I'm talking about Peninsular Malaysia because we have one department in charge for the Orang Asli in Peninsular Malaysia. And Sabah and Sarawak, they have their own act and law and ordinance for the native people in Sabah and Sarawak. So the population of Orang Asli in Peninsular Malaysia is about approximately 206,000 as of 2020, and is around 5% of Malaysia's total population in 2020. So the map on the right-hand side shows the position or the population at the peninsula of Malaysia. Next. So if you would like to know about the government's role, Malaysia's government's role is very important to safeguard the well-being of the indigenous people in Malaysia. As you know, normally the conflicts involving indigenous people are mostly related to their lands, culture, social and economic rights. So this is also partly due to the rapid pace of development in the rural areas. And as of 2020, last year, the government has spent an amount amounted to $500 million or 500 Malaysian billion ringgit in the 11th Malaysia Plan for the development of the indigenous people in Peninsular Malaysia. So the expenditure included developing new roads, housing areas, electricity, supply of clean water, and also providing social amenities. For the legislation and policy, the Orang Asli rights are governed by the Federal Constitution, as well as there is a special act known as Aboriginal Peoples Act 1954, which govern the lives of the Orang Asli in Peninsular Malaysia. Under the Aboriginal Peoples Act 1954 or Act 134, the Act covers most aspects of Orang Asli's lives, including land rights, education, security, and those who can be defined as Orang Asli. The Act was drafted to protect the Orang Asli from exploitation and cultural contact with outsiders who were perceived as detrimental to the community. So there is also, as I mentioned, the Department of Orang Asli Development, or here in Malaysia, we refer always as JAKWA. So if I mention JAKWA, it is referring to the Department of Orang Asli Development. So this department was set up in 1954, 3 years before the Malaysia's independence. So JAKWA is the Malaysian government agency entrusted to oversee the affairs of Orang Asli and supervise the development of Orang Asli community in Peninsular Malaysia. So the government has also declared an administrative policy for the modernization of the Orang Asli community. The goal of the policy is to integrate the Orang Asli community within the mainstream society and not to be marginalized into the development of the country. So to protect the right of orang asli, the policy stated clearly that there will be no force or assimilation to be allowed among orang asli in order to achieve the policy's objective. So regarding the lands right, out of 853 orang asli villages, government already reserved orang asli's land for 215 villages, which is 35% of the total orang asli villages. And currently about 114 villages land will be reserved in the 12th Malaysia plan, which is starting this year until 2025. The remaining are under the process at the various state governments. The government also took the initiative to establish a special cabinet committee on land matters. I think Mr. Jerald know well about this because he also attended the meeting last time with me. I also joined the meeting last time. For the cultural rights, the orang asli headman, or we call it in Malay or in national language is Tok Batin, is recognized by the government and being paid an allowance as they hold the post. So this is one of the posts that government pay an allowance for the orang asli. So their role or the role of the headman as a community leader is important in cascading government information and development program to the community. So besides that, the headman will preserve their culture and make sure that it will be implemented in the community. The Semai language is also being used in the school for orang asli student. So this is to preserve the orang asli language. For the next, education rights. Education has always been a major agenda in the orang asli development program, as it can bring about social and economic changes to a better quality and better life. So the government so far has built 33 hostels, one secondary school, which is 100% for orang asli student, and we have 95 primary schools for the orang asli, and currently total of 2,604 orang asli students have successfully completed their studies at the institution of higher learning. So government also provide assistance to orang asli students in terms of pocket money on daily basis. Government also provide uniforms, fees, school fees, and transportation from the village to the school. So the government also built a boarding school for excellent secondary school student, as well as normal boarding school placement for high performing candidates, including for students from orang asli. So orang asli students at the public university, they will receive a full scholarship, which is a very special privileges, because for the regular Malaysian, they have to take loan, or they have to take the study loan for their study at the university. But for the case of orang asli, they will receive full scholarship, as well as full assistance for a vocational training program. So in fact, orang asli students receive more assistance than other races or other ordinary population or people in Malaysia. Next, healthcare. Sorry, the healthcare rights. Orang asli also receive assistance on healthcare and support, and they also eligible to get the supporting medical devices, which are recommended by the doctors, and they are they will be fully paid by the government. And the government also has built transit centers for orang asli in the rural areas. The government has given priority in terms of comprehensive coverage for basic healthcare for orang asli community. This includes hospital for orang asli. There is one hospital in orang asli in Gombak, in Selangor, in Peninsular Malaysia, which caters for orang asli. this hospital equipped with 166 beds. There's also 10 clinics for orang asli, 125 treatment centers for orang asli, and 20 transit centers. So JAQUA has been working closely with the COVID-19 Immunization Task Force, or we call it here CITF, the COVID-19 Immunization Task Force, and also with the Federal Ministry of Health, state and district level in promoting and assisting them to reach orang asli for the vaccination program due to COVID-19 pandemic. So in order to promote health awareness and to prevent the spread of serious disease, JAQUA has taken measures such as vaccination program, awareness program for family health and nutrition, food supplementary programs, vector control programs, dental health programs, sanitation programs, and there is also a service by doctors. They call it flying doctors. It's not that doctor is flying, but it's actually a mobile doctors to the rural areas. So the government also provide healthcare mobile team for the immunization and vaccination for orang asli children in the rural areas. Next. For the economic program, for the Malaysia's experience, I would like to share that orang asli groups in Malaysia together with other minority groups have been given special attention by the government for social and economic needs. Because this is based on the facts. In every Malaysia 5 years plan, starting from the first Malaysia plan until now, you can see in every Malaysia plan for orang asli community, various programs have been developed to enhance the economic activities for orang asli, including reducing the poverty rate. So orang asli in Peninsular Malaysia have never been left out. In fact, they receive the same treatments and benefit as other races in the country. The poverty rate among orang asli in Malaysia is higher because of the review of the poverty line index, and the evaluation is based on the income and property possessed by an individual. Among the programs that have been designed for the first Malaysia plan until 11 Malaysia plan for the orang asli are Economic Enhancements Program, Entrepreneurship Program, Social Development Program, Poverty Eradication Program, Human Development Program, Training and Careers Program, Infrastructure Development Program, Regrouping of the Traditional Villages, Village Rehabilitation Program, Structured Settlement Program, and Land Development Program. So if we go to the infrastructure and amenities, the government has provided the social basic infrastructure in almost every orang asli villages located at the vicinity of existing towns and at the outskirts of the traditional villages. 80% of the villages of orang asli already been provided electricity. 82% of the orang asli villages already received the clean water supply. And 86% of the orang asli villages already have access to the villages' roads. The other measures by the government to protect the rights of the orang asli, the government has took the initiative in 1999 to establish the Human Rights Commission, or known as SUHAKAM, where we have Mr. Jerald as the commissioner now, because this is a commitment by the Malaysian government. Therefore, Malaysian government has established an independent Human Rights Commission. So the Human Rights Commission of Malaysia, or SUHAKAM, was established by Parliament under the Human Rights Commission of Act in 1999 and gazetted on 9 September 1999. Following that, the government also implemented the recommendation of the United Nations World Conference on Human Rights in Vienna in 1993 before that, which has recommended that all states to consider drawing up the national action plans of human rights. So Malaysia had implemented this recommendation in 2018, And we had announced the National Human Rights Action Plan, or NHRAP, in order to identify measures to improve the promotion and protection of human rights, including for orang asli. So the action plans have 5 thrusts, namely civil and political rights, social and economic and cultural rights, rights of the vulnerable group, rights of the indigenous people of Sabah and Sarawak, and international obligations. So as mentioned above, as mentioned before, the government of Malaysia has improved in strengthening the level of engagement with civil society as well, especially with regards to including the civil society organization in meaningful consultation and advisory councils. For example, the formulation of the Malaysia First National Human Rights Action Plan, and the collaboration enables the government to formulate effectively progressive and relevant policy that could improve the protection and promotion of human rights in the country. The government of Malaysia also play an active role in ensuring all stakeholders, especially government agencies at the state level, to pave the way forward for its effective implementation, especially for Malaysia, where Malaysia is the party to the international conventions. Next. Talking about the challenges, among other challenges faced by the government of Malaysia for development of social economic activities for orang asli in the rural areas include, one is actually referring to the lifestyle of the orang asli, because the orang asli prefer to live their lives in the way that they want, which most of them, they practice subsistence economic activities such as gathering and hunting. And according to Jakwa, orang asli do not prefer to become income earner, but they would like to receive income on daily basis and not at the end of the month. So they are not like us, every civil servant, where we receive our salary at the end of the month. So other challenges include limited budget or allocation of fund that can be used for orang asli development. Also lack of connectivity, because orang asli scattered throughout the peninsula of Malaysia. The 853 villages is not in one place. It's all scattered from the northern side to the southern side. So it involves implementation of infrastructure projects, and there is a limited budget for the physical infrastructure budget as well. And the other challenges is the low economic opportunities, because they are staying in the forest and also in their villages, where most of the economic opportunities are in the cities, in the big cities, like in Malaysia, for example, in Kuala Lumpur, in Penang, in Johor Bahru, and in other towns or cities. So next. Way forward. What I can say regarding this way forward is actually to strengthen the infrastructure development with new technology and innovation, which is easier to say but difficult to done. I mean, you need a lot of, budget to develop the infrastructure, and also you need expertise and skill to build new technology or buy a new technology. So the way forward would be through improving internet connectivity and accessibility. As you know, there is a high cost to build infrastructure in the remote area where there is a low density of population. And also to create more economic opportunities. Then the way forward also, we are also encouraging orang asli to participate in the decision-making process. With regard to the participation in the political process, orang asli community has the equal rights to vote and choose their respective leaders in all elections in accordance with the government constitution. Currently, we have 5 senators and 1 member of parliament of orang asli community in the country. if they, I mean, I do not know, some people say they are marginalized. If they are marginalized, how can they have 5 senators and 1 member of parliament in Malaysia? Next. So my closing remark in a nutshell, orang asli do not stand alone and they are not being left behind, as the government of Malaysia through the Ministry of Rural Development, as well as JAKWA and other relevant ministries and agencies will continue to serve the orang asli community while making sure that their well-beings are taken care of. With that note, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zakkariya, for that very good presentation. And thank you for the PowerPoint to help us also go through. I think you've outlined the work of one agency with one community, an indigenous community. And for friends who are not from Malaysia, it's divided by sea. We have West Malaysia and the Borneo side, East Malaysia. So Dr. Zakkariya has spoken about an agency managing 207,000 indigenous people called the Orang Asli in West Malaysia. And the programs that he has outlined actually is focused on this, notwithstanding there are other programs on indigenous people for East Malaysia, but this is one targeted program with one department in charge. And I think, thank you for outlining the specific works on the indigenous community, which is a minority, because I think the special rapporteur in his outline document, he says that the term minorities refers to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities as specified in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minority, which is a 1992 document. So this community that has been mentioned falls within this framework. Also, thank you, Dr. Zakkariya, for also outlining the broader framework of human rights in the country, mainly the National Human Rights Action Plan, and also the existence of a human rights institution, a Human Rights Commission, which I'm part of, and also the engagement process with all stakeholders. So that is the presentation today for our panel member on the high-level state panel. So we have the Malaysian government through Dr. Zakkariya from the Ministry of Rural Development. Friends, this session was not envisaged to be a dialogue session. It was just to record statements and as presented by Dr. Zakkariya. But as you know, presented earlier, the chat box is still there. You can still pick this up and submit recommendations. I know we have extra time. I just want to turn to Dr. Fernand if you have any comments or statements at this point to add on, since we have a bit of time. Dr. Fernand?
Thank you very much, Jerald. I don't have many more comments to add. I would like to express my gratitude to the government of Malaysia participating in this high-level panel event. Thank you very much, Dr. Zakkariya, for your very comprehensive presentation. It is important to engage as much as possible with states in relation to the protection and recognition of the human rights of minorities. Therefore, I think it is we need to actually acknowledge the very valuable presence and contribution of the government of Malaysia in this session. And it's my hope, in fact, I'm quite sure that we can look forward to further working with the government of Malaysia and other states to engage in a positive dialogue that is needed so that we better understand and are able to better protect the human rights of all minorities. The presentation of the government of Malaysia dealt more with Peninsula Malaysia, as was pointed out earlier, and I'm looking forward to perhaps more further discussions with the government of Malaysia in relation to the rights of minorities, in addition to the Orang Asli in other parts of the country. And I'm especially hoping that we will be able to continue working with your government and other governments, especially for next year's regional forums, which will be focused on the 30th anniversary of the Declaration on the Rights of Minorities and how to improve this process. So I don't have much more to offer, except to remind individuals as we move to the substantive panels of this regional forum of the focus on the prevention of violent conflicts through the protection of the human rights of minorities. As I indicated earlier, there is one fact on the ground that we have to recognize and address, and that is that most violent conflicts in the world today are internal conflicts, conflicts involving groups that consider themselves to be marginalized or excluded, and that these very often involve minorities. And these conflicts, this is perhaps surprising, but there are a number of studies that actually clearly indicate that the number of violent conflicts in recent decades have actually increased around the world. So obviously there is a challenge there that we need to identify, analyze, and address much more directly and effectively. And that is that most of these conflicts actually involve minorities and indigenous peoples in areas where there is a long-standing sense of grievances around the perceived exclusion or marginalization. So I'll just use that this time as a kind of reminder. Once again, I express my gratitude and my pleasure at having the government of Malaysia participate in this panel. Other governments, unfortunately, for a number of obstacles, were not able to be here today, but this next time around will be hopefully much more comprehensively addressed. So I would now turn back to Jerald, to the floor, and then perhaps to the chair for the next steps of this regional forum. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Dr. Fernand, for those thoughts. And Dr. Fernand has visited Malaysia for an academic visit, and he's met many agencies. So I think this probably connects to your previous work on Malaysia. Thank you, Dr. Zakkariya. And I think, thank you. I also want to thank you for acknowledging the challenges in Malaysia. I think we start off knowing that no state has a perfect record. And I think for you to put out on the challenges of the budgets, the economic opportunities, the income issues, connectivity, also the land rights issue of indigenous people. I think Dr. Fernand has already mentioned the word conflict in different contexts. I mean, here is not a violent conflict, thank God, but nevertheless a conflict because land is important. So 25% we have reserved, as Dr. Zakkariya mentioned, but the progress on many more villages waiting for this is, I think, the work in progress that we need in terms of management of minorities. So thank you. And I hope this presentation put forward will also spark some discussions in the coming panels. Apologies to members who don't have a chance for an interactive dialogue, but I think this was a high-level panel that was meant to be an input session, but you're free to use the chat box or to also submit recommendation to Dr. Fernand, as was mentioned in the beginning. These 2 days is supposed to help the Special Rapporteur formulate and frame some good recommendations forward that he will take as a final report into the UN. So with that, I think we finished a little bit early. I mean, I can go on and give you another presentation of Malaysia, but I think I'm the moderator. So I'll be fair. Dr. Zakkariya is the representative of the government. And as a commissioner, I think he's mentioned that the commission has also submitted our national inquiry report to the government, and we have worked together on the following through on the cabinet task force proposals, which is work in progress. It's moving now, which we are happy. It took some time, but now we have a task force and a regular meeting to at least take forward some of these issues. I think that's the way to move forward. So with that, a big thank you to our member who was the lone member for this forum, for the high-level state panel, Dr. Mohammed Zakkariya, the Deputy Divisional Secretary, Policy and Strategic Planning Division of the Ministry of Rural Development, Malaysia. With heartfelt appreciation for your presentation and your PowerPoint. We look forward to more engagement with Malaysia through this process and through other process of the UN Human Rights Forum. With that, we bring this session to a close. We are a little bit early, but that just gives us an additional time for the break time. I'm informed that There's a technical break now, and we will resume as per the program at the thematic session 1 which is starting at 9:30 Geneva time, which is GMT +2, called thematic session 1, titled Substantive Root Causes of Contemporary Conflicts Involving Minorities. With that, we can call it to a close. I may pass it on to our colleagues at the Secretariat to help us bring this to a close. To Ms. Anna Maria.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Jerald. We are looking forward to all participants to join us after the technical break for the first panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sajad. Could we please check your audio and your video, please, before the start of the next session?
Hi, Sean. Hi. Good.
Hello. Can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
So is the sound all right? On my headphones.
Okay. Yeah, we can hear it fine.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Should there be a problem, I can get my headset on. Yeah, just let me know.
Thank you. I'll check all of our panelists are here, so I'm just going to check that their audios and videos working as well. Ms. Rita Manchanda, could we please check your audio and videos working, please?
Hello. Hello, can you hear me now?
We can hear you, thank you. Could you perhaps tilt your camera down?
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay.
That's
Is that
it.
better?
Perfect.
Great.
Thank you. Mr. Askandar, please, could we check your audio and video?
Hello, I'm here.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank
Yeah.
you. Working great.
All right.
I love your background. Miss Rode Wamimbu, please. Could check your audio and video.
Hello.
Hello, Rode. Nice to see you. That's working great. Thank you. And finally, Miss Narangarav, if you could just check your audio and video for us. Hello, Miss Narangarav. Ms. Narangarav, could you please unmute your microphone and video, please, so we can check your audio. Okay, I think Ms. Narangarav has some technical issues at the moment, but we have 5 minutes until the start of the session, so we will try to resolve those before. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you.
Hello, Sajad. So we're still struggling with Ms. Narangarav's audio, so we can start the session and we'll try to resolve that. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sean. Well, thank you to the Tom Landhoff Institute and the Dr. Fernand de Varennes, the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, for giving us all this opportunity for having an important conversation. Good afternoon, good morning all. I'd like to welcome our distinguished panelists and everybody to the first thematic session on the of the Asia Pacific Forum on Minority Issues on the subject of substantive root causes of contemporary conflicts involving minorities. As the background note to the conference reminds us, genuine, lasting conflict prevention cannot occur without identifying and addressing the root causes of tensions involving minorities. These often center around substantive human rights of minorities related to land, resources, linguistic rights, religious accommodation, effective participation, and cultural consideration. An approach that deals with these root causes rather than just proximate ones is more likely to lead to governance systems that ensure long-term and sustainable peace. Prevention is mostly undertaken in post-conflict scenarios to avert the recurrence of violent conflicts. However, early awareness of root causes can also offer the most effective means to prevent the onset of conflicts involving minorities and therefore most contemporary conflicts. And it is the root causes of conflicts that we will explore in this first session, helping us develop mutual understanding on the root causes, especially within a specific context, including identifying why the root causes are seldom acknowledged and addressed. As the Special Rapporteur noted in his introductory remarks early in the morning, in conversations on minority and human rights, Asia-Pacific voices and therefore perspectives are seldom heard. We hope this forum on the subject of deep relevance to the region will fill the gap and help inspire recommendations on preventing conflicts. I am Sajad Hassan and work with an alliance of human rights experts and activists from across South Asia called the South Asia Collective for contributing to improved human rights of the region's minorities. As you know, today's deliberations on conflict prevention is so relevant to this sub-region and improving our understanding of the what's and how's of the challenge would benefit South Asia as it would the rest of Asia Pacific. We have a very distinguished panel today, and I take great pleasure in introducing them to you. We have firstly Ms. Rita Manchanda, Research Director, South Asia Forum for Human Rights. We have Kamrul Zaman Askandar, Research and Education for Peace at the School of Social Sciences, University Science, Malaysia. We also have Rod Wanimbo, human rights activist and head of the Women's Department of the GIDI Church. And finally, we hope to have with us Tumur Yual Naragara, please forgive my pronunciation, board chair at Tuba Mother. And I understand that Ms. Narangara is having problems with internet. Hopefully, this should be resolved in time. Now, before we commence, a few housekeeping points. Let me first outline the process for all participants to follow. Each session will start with presentations for 10 minutes from each expert. This will be followed by interventions from participants. Interventions will be limited, that is, interventions from participants will be limited to 2 minutes to allow as many people who wish to do so. That end, interventions will be limited to 1 per person unless we have additional time, when we will hopefully have a second round of interventions by participants. To make a statement, participants are requested to use the raise hand function in Zoom. For those unaware, this can be found in the participants tab located at the bottom of the Zoom window. Speakers will be taken in the order that their hands are raised. The chat function is open to all participants to engage in dialogue throughout the session. Let me also remind participants to follow the rules of participation as already outlined in the morning session. These are, and I read, participants of the Regional Forum are reminded to contribute constructively to the discussions along the themes addressed in the program of work of the Regional Forum. Please note that all interventions and statements under each theme of the regional forum should be relevant to that particular theme. It's preferred that speakers are not interrupted, so we ask you to make sure that your statements relate to the topics in the discussion. It's encouraged that all participants provide concrete recommendations on how to tackle the issue under the theme you're making a statement. We count on the cooperation of all participants to that end. In order to attain fruitful and meaningful exchange, we expect that all participants show respect for others' views and invite all participants to exercise their avoid abusive or disrespectful language or derogatory and inflammatory remarks, respect UN core values and principles, and uphold UN standards referring to countries and territories. In the event that these rules are repeatedly or seriously broken, participants will be removed from the meeting at the discretion of the organizers. All participants are also reminded that any act of intimidation or reprisal against individuals and groups who have participated in this review or who cooperate or have cooperated with the United Nations, its representatives and mechanisms in the field of human rights is unacceptable. States are urged to prevent and ensure adequate protection. Finally, I must remind you that the session is being live streamed on YouTube, and the link is posted in the chat function. The link to that is posted in the chat function. The session is also being recorded. Well, with that, let me now, without further ado, turn to our distinguished panelists. May I request Ms. Rita Manchanda of the South Asia Forum for Human Rights, our first expert, to take the floor, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be part of this panel on conflicts involving minorities, which shifts the focus away from securitized threat narratives of suspect communities and radicalization, de-radicalization models to one that engages with the root causes, the shackle of deficits, developmental and democratic and representational, the targeted persecution, the perceived injustices, grievances, which create the conditions for inciting violent politics. But before I plunge into that, let me pull up, as it were, the South Asia map. And you will see 8 multi-ethnic, multi-religious states. They're predominantly democratic in their governance systems. They all have fundamental rights chapters in their constitution, but they all are singularly, these post-colonial, largely post-colonial states are singularly majoritarian. They are driven by a majoritarian nationalism, and therefore, its corollary, which is inevitably marginalized minorities. Now, in the global imagination, if you look at South Asia, any conflict map, any map on terrorism, any map on extremism, you'll suddenly see South Asia flash red. And I would argue that this conflict imaginary is actually extremely problematic because it is driven by state narrative, a state narrative that conflates religious orthodoxy into a violent extremism, that conflates democratic, peaceful protests into extremist politics. And as well as, if you look at the multiple self-determination, ethno-national, ethno-religious struggles, whether they're peaceful or armed, they are all conflated as terrorism. In fact, the word militant has been struck off in most media establishments, and they have been asked to use the word terrorism, specifically in the context of Jammu and Kashmir. Now, I would argue that if you look at the very many anti-security, anti-national, anti-terror laws that we have, you'll see that they are crowded with, or they are targeted against particular suspect community. This is across the region. And and many of these can be just democratic protests. There can be people who are charged or implicated in violent incidents, but the element that is common to all this is that not only are these their omnibus FIRs or first information reports and so forth, but that they are disproportionately targeted against minorities. And a suspect community is constructed, rendering it also extremely vulnerable to mob attacks and with impunity. Now, there is also another singularity about the South Asian region. And here I think what is demonstrated very clearly is there is no one specific fundamentalism. We are so much carried away by the global master narrative of Islamophobia or Islamic jihad that we ignore the fact that while there is definitely Islamist mobilization in Pakistan, in Afghanistan, in the Maldives, in Bangladesh, there is also ascendant Hindu or Hindutva or political Hinduism mobilization in India and parts of Nepal. And there is Buddhist nationalism in Sri Lanka, in Bhutan, and if I go across the regional border, Myanmar. If I stretch it a little further, I would also say the Northeast and maybe Christianity, but let me stop here on this. So it's important to recognize there is no one specific, it's not one specific faith focus. Fundamentalism of all focus, of all faiths exist, assert themselves and are problematic in this region. Now, although these 8 states are extremely different in terms of the nature and scope of the kind of extremism that is articulated or in the footpaths to extremist politics, I would argue that analytically speaking, one can identify a common pattern. And if I pull out from this common pattern 3 levels, one is internal power seeking. The other is interstate competition of ethno-religious nationalisms. And the third is geopolitical entanglements. Now, internal dynamics. Now, these are post-colonial states which have been marked by the manipulation of religion and politics in the competition of insecure elites jostling for power and status. Now, individual action or even collective action may or may not be triggered by this kind of hyper-jingoistic religious dogma. But what is very, very clear is that a critical element in this whole process of creating the conditions, the root causes that create the conditions for the growth of extremism is that there is a perceived sense of injustice, perceived sense of oppression, perceived sense of being targeted and persecuted. Why am I emphasizing perceived? I could easily say actual lived experience of minorities is this. I say perceived and I emphasize perceived because strangely enough, in the South Asian context, there is not only the sense of a minority being persecuted, there is also the sense of the majority being persecuted. In fact, this majority-minority dynamics of reactive complexes is also a very distinct feature of the South Asian region. So in India, you would not only encounter, say, a jingoistic statement like Islam in danger, you would also get the statement Hinduism in danger. And there would be many, many people who would believe this. In fact, sadly, the majority. And the other level, which I'm talking about, the interstate level. Now, South Asia is a kin state system, meaning the majority in one community is a minority across the border. And that makes for entanglement of competitive ethno-religious nationalism and the implication of, say, the cross-border country in the domestic politics, often in domestic violence politics. And you can see this, that security, the way security narrative has developed, you find that countries have been actually nurturing the other countries' ethno-nationalist militant group in their backyards. So what you would get is support for Kashmiri nationalism in Pakistan, support for Tamil nationalism, that is the LTTE in India, support for the Taliban, the Pashtun Taliban for in the context of Afghanistan in Pakistan, and so forth. Now, the minority rights question, therefore, in South Asia is a foreign policy question, and it actually needs to be addressed in a much more regional context. And the result is that the minority is often viewed as a suspect proxy citizen of the other country. And in India, in Bangladesh, you are constantly hearing either go back to Pakistan, or the Hindu in Bangladesh is told, go back to India. And unfortunately, what used to be the fringe militant discourse has today become the mainstream discourse. The third level, and I'll be very quick on this, geopolitical entanglements in global military projects, as well as in the global ideological conflict. Now, this creates the structure for the deepening of conditions for violence, particularly when you have weakening of the rule of law and the capture of public institutions, including representational institutions by majoritarian forces, then the internalization of a national security pathology, and finally, the state's open complicity in creating these conditions or inciting violence. Here, I think, it's important to emphasize that we have reached in South Asia a totally new threshold. And that threshold was actually reached because you've always had discourses of hate. You've always had practices of discrimination, disadvantage, prejudice, hate speech. What you did not have was you did not have it formalized in law. Today, we are having a slew of laws, the Cow Protection Act, the Freedom of Religion Act, the Anti-Conversion Act, and the Citizen Amendment Act. For the first time, India has introduced in its secular citizenship law, it has introduced a religious clause. And this read together with the policy for a national register of citizens means for the 140 million Muslims in the country, the Damocles sword or hanging over them is the threat of a prolonged detention or deportation, but certainly then statelessness, or having to prove they're stateless, that they are bona fide citizens in a country where, as we all know, documentation is particularly difficult, especially for the most vulnerable and especially for women. But let me move from this just to, since I have mentioned women, and I know I don't have enough time to go into this, I want to just, it's not only the vulnerability of women. We know that extremist politics brings with it misogynist violence against women. We know how harmful it is for women's freedoms and rights, extremist ideologies. But what I want to pick out is the use of the gender equality agenda of minority women by the state, by governments, to actually engage in minority baiting. It's not only vote bank politics, but it's also minority baiting, because what they're doing is they're picking up Muslim personal law, for instance, and seeking to reform it. In itself, not a bad thing. Certainly bad if you're imposing it and you are positioning it in a way that it is actually attacking the minority community, and therefore placing women at a in a very difficult situation. I am now, I know, running out of time, so I'm going to pull some of this together into some kind of recommendations. And one is, as I've emphasized, one of the most pernicious aspects of South Asia is the state narrative, the state-driven narrative, which I feel is part of the problem, or if not, a critical part of the problem. And therefore that requires supporting and defending the production of counter narratives. And who produces these counter narratives. Human rights defenders, minority rights defenders, journalists, and lawyers who defend these people when they are beleaguered, because we're also in an environment where there's a crackdown on dissent. In fact, dissent is criminalized. And so one, support and protection of these people who are critical to the production of counter discourse. Two, if you're going to establish that there is structural oppression, structural disadvantage, then you must have data to document or to evidence that there is discrimination, there is disadvantage. So documentation on social provisioning and the importance of balancing the freedom of expression as well as a concern for the spread of hate speech and its escalation into violence without sacrificing freedom of expression. Then on strengthening the rule of law and impunity, of course, everybody would emphasize and countering impunity. But I would say it's important to also document abuse of these anti-security laws and the way that they are disproportionately targeted against the minority, and in particular against the minority, the only minority state that we have in India, say Jammu and Kashmir. And finally, I really, and I have, as someone who has watched one of the most effective advocacy protests in India, that is the Occupy movement by the iconic Shaheen Bagh women's protest all across the country, the importance of the paradigmatic shift of defense of minority rights, not as a defense of the status of a minority or of minority rights, cultural rights, so even socioeconomic rights, but the defense of broad-based constitutional values of equal citizenship, in fact, locating the minority problem in the larger problem of social justice, of democratic freedoms, and so forth, rather than arguing for minority status, for the defense of minority rights, because otherwise we will never escape the entrapment of majority-minority politics. And therefore, that is why I would continuously emphasize the need for, in fact, a regional framing of the problem, to engage in it, to be able to escape this kind of majority-minority, to say, we're all asking for what is already in the Constitution, what you have already agreed to, which is democratic freedoms for all, equal citizenship for all, social welfare benefits for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Manchanda, for that very granular sort of overview of the root causes question in the South Asia context, and hopefully participants from the rest of the Asia-Pacific region will see echoes of some of these tendencies also in their own context. And also thank you for your very insightful recommendations. May I now request our next expert in the panel, Mr. Hamdulzama Askander of the University of Science, Malaysia.
All right, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Can I share my screen?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, thank you for inviting me to talk to this program, to this forum. It's an honor for me. And I only have 10 minutes, so that's the reason why I put down my thoughts in these PowerPoints, and hopefully I will not take more than 10 minutes. So my presentation basically will focus on violent conflicts, and if we look at the situation in Southeast Asia, and mostly I'll be talking about Southeast Asia. We do have a lot of conflicts involving all sort of groups. Minority groups and others, and well, I'm sorry, but suddenly I see lines on my slides is not made by me anyway. But anyway, what I'm saying is that, you know, there are a lot of conflicts within the region, but during my short presentation, I'm mostly going to focus on violent conflicts, you know, where violence is involved. And violence, you know, I'm taking violence as both direct violence as well as indirect and structural violence, you know. So there are, you know, differences. Once is the violence, you know, being done, you know, from actor A to actor B, but then there are also a lot of indirect or structural violence happening, you know, which is being structured in discriminatory, unjust laws, you know, they have been passed, you know, by countries in the region. And then lastly, we are also going to touch a bit on, you know, cultural violence, meaning that, you know, the continuation of such policies may result in, you know, all these kinds of violence being accepted as normal or cultural violence. So if we look at the situation in Southeast Asia, what we can say is that, you know, there are actually, I'm going to focus on the more violent, you know, conflicts in the region. And I'm focusing more also on conflicts in Myanmar, for example. There are a lot of conflicts in Myanmar, as well as in other countries of the region, in Indonesia, and also in Thailand, and also in the Philippines. So just by looking at some of these conflicts, you know, I'm just going to highlight, you know, some of the main points of why, you know, these violent conflicts have been happening in the region. What are the root causes of these violent conflicts? You know, first of all, is the exclusion, you know, from mainstream society, meaning that groups like the Rohingya, for example, you know, they are not recognized as citizens of Myanmar. They are not given citizenship rights, and not only the citizenship rights, but they don't have any other rights in the country. You know, so this have, you know, resulted in violent protests in you know, on the part of the Rohingya in Myanmar. The first presenter talked about the perceived sense of injustice. In Southeast Asia, there are also a lot of this happening. And one of the cause of violent conflicts in the region, I would have to say, is the unaddressed historical injustices, you know, that have been done in some of these countries, political, economic, socio-cultural, including identity and language. And we can see this as the root causes of violent conflicts in countries like Myanmar, again, in southern Thailand, in Indonesia, in Papua, before in Aceh, and also in the Philippines, in southern Philippines, in Mindanao. A lot of these conflicts actually have their roots in the past. They used to be, areas, you know, where a certain identity group have their own, administration. They have their own government. They have their own rule. They have their own, basically, state even. You know, but then because they were overcome, you know, by powers, you know, from the central, and then causing a lot of sufferings on these people. So a lot of historical injustices being done that have not really been addressed in these areas. We also see oppressive and discriminatory laws and actions by the state. You know, you see military rule, martial law, exclusion of groups, arbitrary arrests, human rights abuses, indiscriminate killings. These are all actions, all reactions by the state on, you know, on protests, on the movement to address historical injustices by all these various groups. So when you do this kind of reaction, then it just increases more violence in that particular situation. In many of these places, also we see lack of space for meaningful, honest conversations between the parties. There have been some peace processes in the region, but then not all of them have been successful. We see a suspension of peace process, for example, in Myanmar, in southern Thailand, you know, because of problems, you know, and challenges arising out of the peace process. We see the lack of inclusivity in talks. You know, people or groups that have grievances are not being invited, you know, to the talks. and they have not been part of the process. We see divide and rule policy of the state. We see lack of sincerity of actors being part of the process, but not really, not really sincere in trying to address, the issues and resolve the problems. We see groups being labeled as extremists and terrorists, again, as mentioned by the first presenter, and this also, caused the peace, process not to be able to continue. We see a lot of misinformation and miscommunication, abuse of the media platform, fake news, instigation of groups, and so on. More recently, we see a lot of misguided views and perceptions on the part of extremist groups, where they make connections, including ideological and spiritual connections with external groups. And this then, give them even more misinformation about, where they stand and how, they sort of like connect to international actors. And then we also see attempts at mirroring actions and success of like-minded groups, with groups outside of the region. And this is also something which is, worrying, for the region, because we see situations in the Middle East, for example, having an effect, on the kind of movement, that we have in this region. So, so these I see are some of the main root causes of violent conflicts in the region. And going quickly into the second part, which is recommendation on how to address these root causes, basically these are meant to answer, some of these, the root causes that I mentioned earlier. One is to review and to abolish oppressive and discriminatory laws and structures that discriminate minority groups and that prevent them, from enjoying their rights. Second is to address historical injustices done to minority groups, transforming asymmetrical relationships and creating new infrastructures for peace in consultation with the affected groups. Third is to improve decision-making processes and delivery systems, especially where, where the minorities are involved. Okay, we should actually practice inclusivity in decision-making and improving, the consultation process that we have. Creating better and improved channels of communication between state and the affected groups, simply because a lot of these violent actions also happen because many of these groups feel that, not only they have been sidelined, but there have not been many doors for them to address the issues peacefully. So if you close the door, for peaceful consultation, or if you are not sincere in being involved in a peaceful consultation, then you will just allow the situation to deteriorate and for them to use violence to get whatever it is that they want to get. Fourth is to invest in development in conflict-affected areas. Fourth, to empower civils and support civil society actors as insider peace builders. Because we have seen how, in many cases, civil society actors, do play positive roles, in not only connecting the different actors, but also in reducing violence, in transforming, the mindset of the people. So they do play a very important roles as peace builders and change makers. And then lastly is to look at lessons learned from, some of the more successful, processes of addressing violent conflicts in the region. And we have some of these. We have the Aceh situation, we have the Mindanao or the Bangsamoro peace process, among some of the, better peace processes in the region. And I think there are lots of lessons that can be learned. So I think that's all for me, and I will answer any questions that we have in the question and answer session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Iskandar, and especially for your very pointed recommendations. So let's move ahead and may I now request Ms. Rod Banimba of the Women's Department of the GIDHS to kindly take it.
I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodian of Manta land, where I live and I speak at the moment. I also pay respect to the elders, past, present, and emerging. I would like also to acknowledge Dr. Fernand de Varennes, a special reporter on minority issues, and Tom Lantos Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to greet you with my tribal language, Wa, Wa, Wa. West Papua is located in the western part of New Guinea Island. It lies in the Pacific region above the continent of Australia. Due to its natural wealth, West Papua has over the centuries been targeted by foreign occupiers. Until 1963, we were colonized by the Dutch. Indonesia invaded West Papua in 1963. Since that very year, West Papuan and the land of West Papua has been afflicted by conflict and violence that results in our suffering and prolonged human rights violation and natural destruction that continues to occur until today. In 1969, after a manipulative political act, we were transferred from the Dutch to Indonesia. West Papuan have been viewed as primitive and uncivilized by the previous oppressors and by the government of Indonesia. Due to the dominant culture, most of Indonesian government policies in West Papua are migrant biased, being designed for the benefits of the migrants instead of the local population. Papua Statistics Center stated in 2020, the population of indigenous West Papuan, it's about 2.3 million, while the total population is 4.3 million. The people and the nature of West Papua had been experiencing systemic racism, structural injustices, and violence as a result of colonialism. I identify 4 root causes of the conflict in West Papua. This is also based on my own experience and analysis. First, economic and political interest for natural resources exploitation. Political conspiracy driven by economic interest have led to the human rights violation of the right to self-determination of the West Papuan. The USA wanted the wealth of Mount Nemangkawi, so they conspire with the Indonesian government to obtain it. And they initiated the New York Agreement in 1962 to facilitate the transfer of power over West Papua from the Netherlands to Indonesia. In 1967, 2 years before the UN sanctioned process of determining West Papuans' political status, Freeport-McMoRan signed a business contract with the Indonesian government, begin with a mining extraction project. In 1967, instead of organizing a general referendum, the Indonesian government manipulated and intimidated the process of the Act of Free Choice. It went against the international democratic principle of one person, one vote. Unfortunately, the United Nations rubber stamped the process. Second, the use of a security approach. Military operations in West Papua have been taking place since 1963 to today. After a manipulative political act, protests were raised and held in various forms at many different places. To silence the protest and resistance, the Indonesian government sent security forces, which resulted in massive human rights violation in many other places. For example, in 1977, there was a mass killing in my village named Kelela. Approximately 150 people were buried alive. Many women experienced sexual violence. 2 of my aunts were raped by members of Indonesian army. In December 2018, there was an armed conflict between Indonesia's security forces and the West Papua National Liberation Army, named TPNPB, in Duga, in the highlands region of West Papua. This conflict caused the internal displacement of thousands of people, mainly women and children. They fled to the jungle and surrounding regions. Until today, the IDPs in Duga have been living in uncertainty for 3 years. Reverend Yeremias Sanambani was the 10th civilian victim shot dead in Intan Jaya, another highland region, in between October 2019 and December 2020. In the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Indonesian government has forced its own citizens to leave their homes while they conduct military operations. I spent 6 days in Ilaga, Puncak region in July 2021, where people are living in a war zone. West Papua Council of Churches are concerned about Indonesia's security forces members continuing to use methods of warfare which do not distinguish civilians to the TPNPB during such operation. Method applies by security forces members include the use of firearms and explosives in the midst of indigenous civilians communities. More than 4,000 IDPs have been accommodated in the neighboring region and shelters, either by the churches or the relatives of IDPs. Third, racist mindset of the Indonesian government toward West Papuans. West Papua continue to be marginalized and stigmatized as separatist due to the racist mindset. For example, Victor Yemo, the international spokesperson of the National Committee of West Papua, who led the protest 2 years ago in Jayapura in response to racist slur against Papuan. He was arrested and put on trial in an Indonesian court in Jayapura. While people who expressed the racist slur didn't experience a deterrent effect in the eyes of the law. Fourth, consumption-based development, which is oriented to fulfill the capitalist interest. As a result, it diminishes the dignity of West Papuan and destroys the harmonious relationship and the interconnectedness with other creations. Papua province has the lowest life expectancy in Indonesia, the highest infant mortality, the highest with malaria and AIDS, population with the highest poverty rate in Indonesia. Prosperity approach, which has been implemented through special autonomy law in West Papua for 20 years, since 2001, is not improving the quality of lives of the indigenous West Papuans. This year, when Papuans People Assembly wanted to hold an evaluation towards the effectiveness of 20 years of the implementation of special autonomy law for West Papua, it was banned by security forces in cooperation with the central government. As minority group of people living and experiencing systemic racism and military operation, I would like to say that protection of human rights in West Papua is our urgent need. Through this forum, I would like to make the following recommendation. One, the Indonesian government should respect, protect, and fulfill the human rights of West Papuan as a minority group. In the current context of conflict, the West Papuan have lost their sense of security in their own land. The access to education, health services, and other basic needs of those who are displaced during the conflict in West Papua have also been continuously denied. Two, the Indonesian government should provide humanitarian access to the United Nations and the international community to address the humanitarian crisis in the region of West Papua affected by the conflict. 3, the Indonesian government should create a democratic space to meet the leaders of United Liberation Movement for West Papua, ULMWP, to find a solution to more than 50 years of violent political conflict. This should be a sustainable solution to the conflict that can be accepted by all parties involved in the conflict, in particular the West Papuans. 4, the Indonesian government should stop using the security approach in West Papua and stop giving impunity to the members of Indonesian army and police who are involved in human rights violation. 5, the Indonesian government should withdraw its security forces from West Papua. The Indonesian security forces have been involved in the extractive industry, committed intimidation, killing, and other forms of human rights violation, including silencing democratic freedom and freedom of expression. 6, the United Nations to ensure the perpetrators of human rights violation affiliated with Indonesia's security forces are held accountable in transparent and fair trials. The last recommendation, the Indonesian government should ensure the meaningful participation of West Papuan representatives in the policy-making process as part of the right to self-determination. This should include policy in the use of natural resources in West Papua. Thank you very much for your attention. Wah, wah, wah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Wanembo. I was just thinking as you're speaking that your case study of West Papua provides us insights into how different combinations of factors, including classic constellation of factors as resource appropriation, human rights violations, the ideological sort of the racist sort of, impetus to some of the violations, and also the result of how all of this actually impacts minorities with poverty, exclusion, create the grounds for conflict and the sustenance, even as minorities continue to suffer. Thank you very much for that description, and also for your recommendations. Now we have our fourth speaker, and I'm not very sure still if the technical issues that this Narangara was facing something I regret. If Ms. Narangara, if you're able to speak, please take the floor.
Sajad, we're still trying to resolve her issues. She's in the meeting, but there's problems with the microphone. So I think we can move forward, and I'll try and resolve those.
Great, thank you, Tom. Well, in that case, let's move on. And three very valuable presentations from our panelists. Now we will request interventions from the floor from other participants. Just to repeat, the process to make a statement. Participants, please use the raise hand function. I already see the several hands raised there. But please feel free, and speakers, interventions will be limited to 2 minutes so that we allow for as many as possible. Speakers should unmute themselves and turn on the camera if possible when they speak. And just to underline that intervention should be relevant to the session, and that includes some concrete recommendations. So with that, let me give the floor to the first raised hand I see there, and which is V. Metten of International Campaign for Tibet. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear Special Rapporteur de Varennes, ladies and gentlemen, for more than 7 decades now, the civil and political rights of Tibetans, as well as their social, economic, cultural rights have been violated. The control and surveillance of Tibetans have expanded under President Xi Jinping. The Tibetan culture is seen as a threat to the Chinese Communist Party, which in turn implements wide-ranging policies to sinicize Tibetan culture. Such policies are not only in breach of international human rights standards, but also exacerbate existing tensions and create new conflict. As Tibetans do not resort to violence, the situation in Tibet remains a silent crisis, as illustrated by the more than 150 Tibetans who have self-immolated since 2009, many of whom have requested the return of the Dalai Lama to Tibet. Given the deep reference of the exiled Dalai Lama in Tibet and the publicized plans by the Chinese Communist Party to appoint a successor to the Dalai Lama, we fear that Tibetans will certainly express their grievances through protests, and such protests would most probably be met with repression and force by the authorities, potentially leading to grave human rights violation and a violent conflict. In order to prevent such a conflict, our first recommendation is to urge the Chinese leadership to resume the Sino-Tibetan dialogue. The newly elected head of the Central Tibetan Administration, Mr. Pempa Tsering, has reaffirmed the willingness of the Tibetan side to resume this dialogue. This is a concrete step to conflict resolution, which, if taken by China government, could have a tremendously positive impact on the region and also beyond. Secondly, we call on the Chinese government to ensure the right of the Tibetan Buddhists to choose their religious leaders in accordance with their own religious and practices. Policies of Sinicization must be abolished as they aim to undermine the cultural identity of the Tibetan people. And finally, we support the specific recommendation made by the 50 special procedures for the creation of a special mechanism to monitor and report on the human rights situation in China, including in Tibet, Xinjiang, and Hong Kong. Chinese government must face scrutiny for human rights violation despite their efforts to set a norm of impunity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Very much. Keeping it brief. May I now request the next speaker, next hand. I see Professor Zibu. I hope I'm pronouncing Professor Wu, the floor is yours. Let's move on and we'll come back to Professor Wu when he has his everything. Next speaker, Ms. Right, change. All right, Ms. Asnawi Ali, ASNLF. Mr. Ali.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Can. Yes, you can. Please go ahead.
Okay, 2 minutes only. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Asnawi Ali. I'm representing Aceh Sumatra National Liberation Front, ASNF. I would like to make some comment under session 1 concerning the situation minority in Indonesia, particularly in my homeland, Aceh. First of all, Indonesia does not recognize minorities. The term minority is ambiguous and not clearly defined in any legal conduct or regulations. Indonesia regards all ethnic groups in this country called Indonesians are minority. The Acehnese, for example, are minority group and constitute only 1.7% of 270 million of Indonesian population. The Acehnese have a different historical background and therefore should be respected and allowed to exercise their civil and political rights without fear. Mr. Chairman, after the 30 armed conflict, there are indeed arrangements between Free Aceh movement and Indonesia, but the government lacked the commitments. As a result, a new conflict could not be prevented in the future. With regard to past abuse, not a single perpetrator, I repeat, not a single perpetrator of this crime has been brought to justice. signaling that such violations are permitted to be violated in Aceh with impunity. Finally, the root of conflict in most regions, especially in the former Dutch East Indies, such as Aceh, South Moluccas, West Papua, which have never been decolonized properly in accordance with the rule and principle of the Charter of the UN. The Dutch handed all its separate colonial territories over to the new entity called Indonesia, which dominated by the Japanese as Indonesia's single majority. By so doing, they have replaced the Dutch rule as a colonizer to rule over the rest. Therefore, ASNL recommends that the root cause should be thoroughly addressed, including unresolved dispute and conflict, absence of justice and rule of law, and lack of inclusive socio-economic development. Also recommend that post-violent truth and reconciliation program should be designed with the full participation of the communities affected and should aim at empowering minority victims and providing justice and reparation, as well as restoring their dignity. And the last recommend that Indonesia should respect the fundamental human rights of the Acehnese and provide legal mechanisms so that people of Aceh could publicly exercise their right to freedom of opinion and expression and even the right to self-determination. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. And the next speaker, if I could request IHRC Ambassador Dr. Haitham Bousaid. And my apologies, I might have misread it. Ambassador Bousaid, the floor is yours.
Yes, can you see me and hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, okay. 1 second. Okay, thank you very much for giving us the floor. I would like to start my interaction based on our work with the Human Rights Council, where I do represent the IHRC as Special Envoy to UNOG. And as a result of hundreds of thousands of citizens in the East, specifically minorities, have been displaced, deprived of their most basic rights as a result of speeches that have been marketed in media circles calling for the excommunication, killing, and abuse. We reiterate the UN Independent Expert on Minority Issues, his 4 general obligations that a state must take in order to respect and guarantee minority rights. 1, protecting the existence of minorities, including by protecting their physical integrity and preventing genocide. 2, the protection and promotion of cultural and social identity, including the right of individuals to choose which ethnic, linguistic, or religious group they wish to identify with, the right of such groups to assert and protect their collective identity and to reject forced assimilation. 3, ensuring effective non-discrimination and equality, including putting an end to systemic or structural discrimination. 4, ensuring the effective participation of members of minorities in public life, particularly with regards to decisions that affect them. We would like to conclude by noting that solutions must be based on the law through competent courts so that the International Bill of Human Rights is well implemented. And I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The next speaker, Professor Zivu, if you're there, if you can speak.
Hello, everyone. Can you see me?
Yes.
Thanks to Ms. Sajja Hassan for convening this in-person panel. Thanks for Mr. Manchanda, Ms. Askanda, and Ms. Wan Nimo for detailed presentation. I would like to comment on the panel's topic as whole by drawing attention to the protection of the human rights of a minority in South China border as a whole extemporary model of the practice. As you just mentioned about the problem issues related to minorities in the Southeast Asia countries, Based on my study, and I would like to, as you suggested, give some comment on the suggest. And as know that the stability and the security of borders are related to the sovereignty of integrity, political security, and the social stability of a country. The geography, particularly to the border areas, requires the state central government to give full the play to the regional advantage of borders areas and strengthen its governance according to the government's mode different from that of inland, according to as the maintain the long-term security and stability of border areas. As we know that China has experienced so long time and has experienced some knowledge about the borderland, especially on the large number of ethnic minorities who has been shouldering the having responsibility and the security. Which is a great significance of maintain the integrity of the country and the stability and development of the borders. In order to carry out the effective border governance, I think that we should state from the perspective of ethnic minorities, take advantage of ethnic equality, regional autonomy, and the national ID to govern the issues concerning with the borders, to give full play to the guard and the constructive role of ethnic minorities experience in borderland. Then from the practical experience to border governance at home and abroad, and the combination with the change of a domestic and international environment, only by enhancing the borderland issue peace and the contentment in the life of the work of ethnic groups, helping them to participate in the socialist construction and especially in the borderland, can the stability and development of our borders be achieved. Thus, safeguarding the national territory and the political security could be realized. So, especially under more than the 20 years, I do think that ethnic groups should be at a full of respect and be key members of borders. The dream of a peace and stability and development could be realized. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your thoughts. The next speaker, Mr. Herman Wignaraja, West Papua Human Rights Organization. If you're there, can you unmute and speak? The floor is yours. Mr. Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and also our dear sister, Rode Wanimbo, for her presentation. That's very clear about the ongoing human rights situation is happening right now in West Papua. I'm Herman Wignaraja, a former political prisoner. Once again, I'm remind the international community that there are a lot of West Papuan activists. They're being detained as a political prisoner. So as a living proof of the human rights violation is still continuing in Indonesia. I'm being active since Indonesian president, former President Mr. Suharto in 1988. So 32 years I've been involved in West Papuan struggle, and like Rode said, a lot of recommendations that been emphasized to Indonesian government, and we see that something that Indonesian government is still not serious to giving the response to us as a West Papuan, like our speaker mentioned earlier about the state narrative. That is something that Indonesian government has their own narrative to maintain this West Papua as domestic case. But the case of West Papua, when we are talking about the root cause of the conflict, that's back to the involvement of the United Nations in the past. So that's something that's when we are addressing the historical context, I think for today, West Papua, emphasize the desire to the importance of the United Nations to visit West Papua. So Indonesian government as a UN state member have to respect that's a part as a UN state member. So that's something that I would like to emphasize. That's the importance of this forum. We would like to asking for the Indonesian government to allow the United Nations investigation team to visit West Papua immediately this year, so we can see that what the state narrative and the civil society narrative or Papuan people narrative as a minority on land to be addressed. Thank you, sir. Thank you for that point I would raise. Thank you again.
And thank you for keeping it brief. Thank you. May I request Wignaraja, please take the floor. Wignaraja.
Yes.
Thank you.
Chair, thank you for giving me the floor. We take note of the views provided by the panelists. We attach great importance on the issues at hand. As a pluralistic and democratic nation, indeed the protections of the basic rights of all Indonesians, regardless of their ethnic, religious, and linguistic backgrounds, is protected under the Indonesian constitutions. Based on our experience, and could be part of the recommendations that first, to ensure the realizations of this right, particularly rights of minorities in our deeply pluralistic society, Indonesia has taken a proactive approach in both the drafting and implementations of legislation and policies. Such actions are further translated through a national human rights action plan of actions to ensure actions are well coordinated, sustainable, and nationwide. More recommendations, including to strengthen the democratic nations and community in which minorities could be better protected, will be provided in the checkbooks. Chair, to add the discussions under this theme, I would like to respond to the presentations by the notable panelists, mainly Ms. Wanimbo, who made a falsifying comments about my country. Further, her presentations has been contradictory to the aim of this forum. We are concerned that her presentations could be mistakenly received as an act of provocation and a motion to support partisanship, presenting misleading statement and providing no constructive recommendation. We would like to accentuate that Papua and Aceh have been and will always be an integral part of the Republic of Indonesia. Moreover, the declarations on the right of person belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities underlines that nothing in the present declaration may be construed as permitting any activity contrary to the purpose and principles of the United Nations, including sovereign equality, territorial integrity, and political independence of states. Through you, Chair, while we work closely on the collective work in advancing the rights of minorities, I would like to request the need to respect the declaration by ensuring the participation in this forum does not including those who disrespect the principle of the United Nations, in particular as it pertains to sovereign equality, territorial integrity, and political independence of states. Chair, the government of Indonesia firmly believes that ensuring equity is central in nurturing peaceful, tolerant, and democratic societies. With this goal in mind, Indonesia has enacted a number of affirmative action, legislation, and policies, among others to ensure equal and meaningful participations of vulnerable groups. In this connection, the Indonesian government continues to take active measures to develop the provinces of Papua and West Papua and to reduce the economic gap between these provinces with the other provinces in Indonesia. The implementations of the special autonomy status through the enactment of the special autonomy law in Papua and West Papua has been one of the concrete action taken in this regard. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adza. May I now request Wang Zuedi from NEAC, PRC, kindly take the floor and request all participants to also include concrete recommendations in there.
My name is Wang Xuedi from National Ethnic Affairs of PR China. And as you can see, the year of 2021 marked the 78th anniversary of the peaceful liberation of Tibet. And in the past 7 decades, have seen historical changes in the lives of people in Tibet. In the old Tibet, over 90% of the Tibetans struggled for subsistence, and up to 95% were illiterate. Today, hunger and poverty is a thing of the past for the people of all ethnic groups in Tibet, and per capita living space in Tibet is close to 40 square meters. The 15-year public-funded education is conducted across the region, ending the long-standing issue of school dropping out. Endemics such as the congenital heart disease have been eradicated and prevented for the first time in history. The average life expectancy has risen from 35.5 years in 1951 to 71.1 years. People's lives are steadily improving, and people everywhere in Tibet are singing in praise of their happy life. As for the aspect of culture, the central government has invested huge manpower, resources, and funding to preserve and develop Tibet's fine traditional culture. The Tibetan language is used extensively. Precious classics such as Epic of King Gosar received and collected. And also in terms of religious beliefs, the religious beliefs of all ethnic groups are fully respected. More than 1,007 temples in Tibet have full access to water, electricity, the internet, firefighting, and other facilities. And all of the 46,000 monks and nuns are covered by the government's social security scheme. The Potala Palace, the Jokong Temple, and other temples and sites have been renovated and are under protection. Today's Tibet, we should say, enjoys freedom of religious belief, social harmony, and ethnic amity. People of all ethnic groups are as close to one another as tea and salt, which go together in Tibetan butter tea. And all members of the great family of the Chinese nation live in contentment and happiness. That's basically my remarks. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And we move on. May I now request Mr. Mahmoud Abdul Mateen to please take the floor.
Thank you for the floor. Mahmoud law at CHR. My recommendations as follow: cultural practices can cause countries not a balance have to protect, or should this chance for the ethnic minorities to punish without any justification or trial without producing to judiciary. This should be replaced with a proper balanced counterterrorism legislation. Allow practices of culture such as their cultural dress, foods, and practice their religion. This will only enhance the multicultural and pluralistic society we live in. Islamophobia is a concept that has been created to cripple peace and stability in the country. Bring about proper educational reforms to encourage inter and intra-faith dialogue, and also promote cordial relationship between various ethnic and religious groups. When a lone wolf attack takes place and the perpetrator is from a minority community, the majority wants to take the responsibility. The majority wants the entire community to take the responsibility for it. But when the same attack is carried out by a person of the majority community, partially should they don't take the responsibility for it. This partially should change. Rise of anti-Muslim hate in Sri Lanka following the New Zealand mall stabbing attack carried out by a Sri Lankan Muslim. The communities should unite to eradicate extremism, not by allowing someone to spread hatred publicly or by attacking other religions. or commenting in an inappropriate manner in social media or any other platforms, but by teaching and guiding them on human rights values irrespective of religion, race, or color, while understanding and paying heed to the voices of minorities who wants to live peacefully in the country. Many of today's violent conflicts relate to group-based grievances arising from inequality, exclusion, and feeling of injustice. It is when an aggrieved group assigns blame to others or to see the state for its perceived economic, political, or social exclusion that its grievances may become politicized and risk tipping into violence. This is one of the main conclusions in the first joint study by the United Nations and the World Bank Group on preventing violent conflict. Further, my detailed report on preventing conflict will be shared shortly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker, Fawaz Farooq. Fawaz Farooq, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I cannot open my video because it is restricted from there. I am Farooq from Sri Lanka. My name I represent the Muslim ethnic minority in Sri Lanka. I am here to address the issues related to the political accommodation of ethno-cultural diversity and minority rights and conflict between majority and minority. We, the Sri Lankan Muslims in the present era, face challenges related to multicultural nation building, ethnic-based equality, justice and equitable political inclusion, and socio-economic order. Muslims are the second major ethnic minority with 9% of total population and having 1,000 years of history in the country. Though Buddhism is prioritized in the present constitution, it does not allow any kind of ethnic-based discrimination or marginalization. However, the present political scenario purposely limits the rights of the minorities. Muslims' personal law, a special law which allows the cultural minority of the Muslims, is one of the instruments which accommodate the Muslim political demands and grievances outside the framework of regional autonomy. In the current strongman government, this right is under challenge, and the cabinet of the minister decided to abolish the Qazi courts, which were formed to solve the issues related to marriage and divorce of the Muslims, referring to their Islamic norms. Further, singular Buddhist ethno-nationalists construct various propaganda, including hate speech against the minorities and their political interests. Politically started and violently ended 30-year ethnic conflict in Sri Lanka brought to an end to the terrorism. However, the state has still failed to solve the ethnic conflict in the way of sharing power with the Tamil community in the mainstream politics. Rather, the various attempts of the state in centralizing the political power paved the way for further ethnic deviation in various ways. Chair, already there is a case against the Sri Lankan government for their actions on violation of human rights. This has been discussed for the last several years in your High Council. However, the government is still restricting the freedom of minorities without considering key objectives of your mission and vision being a member of your high office. Of course, the Muslims are represented in mainstream politics through their elected parliament members, but the issue is to what extent they are allowed to have active participation in politics by having portfolios and major positions in the government. Therefore, the following recommendation is brought to your attention. Firstly, we recommend the state to ensure the rights of the minorities related to their political representation, political participation and cultural autonomy with an amendment to the Constitution. Secondly, it is to recommend to share the state power with the minorities by promoting consociational democratic values. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. May I now request Sydney Carson? Carson, the floor is yours, and I apologize if I mixed up the order.
Oh, thank you very much. That's okay. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a lawyer as well. Very active with our indigenous people, the orang asli, and the issue of religion in Malaysia. So I have these few things to talk about. the persecution of our government against the minority Muslims, the Shia and the Ahmadiyya, and also even intra-Sunni as myself, you know. So the version, only one version is accepted in Malaysia, which is the version of what our government put out as Islam. That is a problem. When you don't actually follow the narrative of the government version of Islam, then you can be persecuted according to the Sharia laws and that is in Malaysia. That is one thing against persecution against Muslims themselves, yeah. And the second one is against the non-Malays. The non-Malays have been, you know, treated unequally for so long on the pretext of affirmative actions by our government. But you know, if they voice up, you know, about their dissatisfaction of this mistreatment or inequality, they will get into trouble. The other one is, of course, the indigenous people. I mean, we heard earlier on the narrative made by our government, how wonderful they have been treating the orang asli. Yes, everything is, you know, looks so good and wonderful, but on the ground, this is not true. Many issues need to be rectified by our government towards our orang asli. They still do not have rights on their land rights, on access to health, access to education. I mean, there's so many things to talk about this. Obviously, it's not enough time for me to, you know, tell everything here. But, you know, it's not hunky-dory in Malaysia. We are actually experiencing the worst time at the moment with regards to the narrative put out by our government. Well, you know, I mean, we have changed government so many times now, as you know. But the narrative is the same. Political Islam being used towards the citizens. And, you know, this is a major problem when Islam is being politicized in Malaysia, you know, as a political tool, so much so that corruption is told that it's okay to actually select a Muslim who is corrupted rather than a non-Muslim who is clean. So this is the narrative they are telling you know, by brainwashing the public. I just feel that please don't think Malaysia is wonderful. I am disappointed. Encik Kamul Razaman, the representative of Malaysia, did not actually mention about the problems in Malaysia. Instead mentioned about all other countries except Malaysia. We have a serious problem. You know, in Malaysia. I hope the Special Rapporteur will take note of the problems that we are having. And unfortunately, not many Malaysian representatives from the NGOs here to speak up for the problems that we are experiencing now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for your intervention. The next speaker, Simon Sepiopa. Simon Sepiopa, the floor is yours, please. You can unmute yourself.
Yes, you hear me?
Yes, you hear now.
All right, thank you. I'm Simon. I'm living in The Hague, Netherlands. I'm a refugee, but I'm representative for my organization, National Government of Republic West Papua. Now I'm send email to Dr. Fernandes. I hope to pay attention about political conflict in West Papua, part of Indonesia. Must look forward that conflict. I suggestion to UN to look forward for my suggestion. We need dialogue with Indonesia to look forward for the conflict. This why I hope with this forum can look to my suggestion where I'm sent ready to Fernandes. I think something I like talk now to hear. Thank you.
Right, thank you, thank you. So I don't see any more hands raised, and we have a bit of time left to conclusion. We will probably try to conclude with the last round of, with going back to our experts for their comments, their reactions, anything that they'd like to say towards the end. But I think we still have time for some more interventions from the floor. If there's anyone who'd like to speak. I'm also not sure if Ms. Narangarev is around and is able to speak. If you are, it'll be good to hear you. Otherwise, if there's anyone else who would like to share their thoughts and recommendations, as we go back to the experts. Time. Right, I don't see any hands raised. There have been several interventions made in the chat box and some useful suggestions. So we'll try to sort of put them together, etc. when we are collating, probably synthesizing some of the recommendations. But can I, great, thank you very much to all the participants for that constructive engagement and some really good recommendations there and observations. May I now request our experts again, maybe 2 or 3 minutes each if you like, and we'll follow the same order as the presentations. If I can request Ms. Rita Manchanda, please.
Okay, thank you. I thought you would reverse the order, but still. Okay, I want to just pick up something on Sri Lanka. And what you said, one of the teasers that the special rapporteur has thrown to us. Why is it that states don't acknowledge the grievance or the involvement in a conflict situation? And here, let me just pick up, since we have so many, we have a couple of at least Sri Lankans participants, and maybe they would like to respond, which is that if you look at the Easter bombings, as they are referred to, the role of the Buddhist nationalist organization, the Buddha Sena, was identified by several expert analyses. Yet you find in the media narrative, in the state narrative, there is no mention of that. Why is it that states are reluctant to actually take on board what is an evidently established by an independent committee? And I think, well, I mean, at one level, it's obvious. These are majoritarian states. They require the mobilization or the manipulation of religion and politics for vote bank politics. These are insecure governments. These are governments that are also engaged in very authoritarian practices, and both in terms of the nature of their economies, that is neoliberal economics. I do not think, I mean, to expect that they would acknowledge, I think, would be going against what they perceive as their national interest. This is not part of their national interest. Certainly, this is not part of their survival interest. But that puts the emphasis on civil society to, in fact, be much more proactive in the defense of minority rights. Of course, the UN system and whatever other resources are available, but within the country and also in terms of the larger solidarity, the importance of civil society in engaging with the issue of minority rights. And that brings us to, in fact, one of the central problems in this, which is this whole crackdown on civil liberties, the crackdown on civil society, the crackdown on dissent. It is universal. I mean, I focused on in South Asia, and here maybe the three leading countries are actually, according to Civicus, repressed, others are obstructed. But I think really across the world, globally, there are constraints. There is repression, there is obstruction. So we are actually in a very, very difficult global ecosystem where where civil liberties are under attack, human rights are under siege, yet at no time more important has it been than now for civil society to be proactive in the defense of minority rights. And here, and I will close with that, I think particularly if I look at South Asia, there has to be a regional response because it is so entangled. Otherwise, you will always get entrapped into this whole thing about a minority group challenging sovereignty, integrity, and so forth. I mean, we heard that with the Samoan and the Indonesian conversation. But I think if you're going to transcend that, you have to have a much larger, one is of course global, but there you get lost. And the other is regional, not only because of the entanglements, it enables you to actually transcend this dilemma of the majority feeling threatened by the minority demand, which is seen as separatist, which is seen as anti-national, which is seen as seditious. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Much food for thought there. May I now, following the same order, request Mr. Askanda, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a very stimulating session for me. There was a comment made that I did not discuss Malaysia, and I think I wrote in the chat that because I was asked to talk about violent conflict situations in the region, and Malaysia, even if we have so many issues in regards to majority-minority relations and so on, at least, there have not been violence in the way that we have seen violence around the region. And why? Okay, we need to ask also why. Despite so many issues in Malaysia, there have not been major violence. Major violence meaning that, attacks by groups, killings and all those things, major violence. There have been some minor violence, but not major violence. And basically because, people still are willing to talk to each other, to listen to each other. And even if they belong to various groups, the channel of communication is always there. People disagree a lot, but they agree to at least, talk to each other, to open this channel of communications. And I've been working in various conflict areas in the region. And I think that, this has been one of the major issue why there have been violence in these conflict areas involving minorities, simply because, doors are not open, for dialogue. Doors are not open for honest dialogue. Sometimes the dialogue that is ongoing, the process that's ongoing, they are just for show, that we are actually doing something, when in fact, they have other motives for having the dialogue. That's why I said earlier, that there is a lack of sincere, honest dialogue between the parties. And it's evident in, all of the conflict situations that I mentioned, in my presentation in Indonesia, in Papua. I'm sorry, but I feel that still there is no honest, sincere dialogue, between the major actors. Okay, you have dialogue, but then we can question how sincere is the dialogue. Is it about pushing one agenda over, another group? The same thing also in Southern Thailand. We have had a peace process since 2013 without any success, because not only the government, but also the groups, don't have their sincerity, to push forward for peace because they have other agenda. We have to make sure, that lines of communications are always open and the lines are sincere, honest, so that, we can really go to the root of the problem. And the root goes deeper. We have not really gone, deep into many of these peace processes in the region. It's just for show, which is why we need to go deeper. And Myanmar is a hotspot in the region, unfortunately. I mean, I don't have time, but there are so many issues in Myanmar, not only with the Rohingya, but also with the different ethnic groups, fighting against the government. We have the military junta who is in power and not really talking to anybody, and not even talking, properly, to the neighbors, ASEAN countries who are trying to help out, so no proper dialogue there. So you have a lot of shows going on, but then the sincerity is lacking. And then these are all signs, that in the future there will be more violence. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, but unfortunately in Myanmar there will be more violence. Unfortunately, also in some other conflict areas in the region, we will see more violence before the sides, the actors will come to their senses and go down and really talk to the people. I was reminded about just if I can just have another moment, I was just reminded that in Aceh, for example, somebody mentioned Aceh before, and that there is no freedom of for the Acehnese and all those things, but then you have to ask the Acehnese themselves, why is this happening when they are themselves in power, in the regional provincial government. If something is wrong, you cannot point your fingers to Jakarta. Every time you have to point some fingers to yourself also, because, if things are not right where you are, then maybe it's also some of your fault. Okay, but I was reminded that, Aceh became peaceful because there was a catalyst. There was a humanitarian crisis in Aceh that made all the folks, all the parties decided that, look, we are fighting for the people. If the people are suffering, why do we keep on fighting? So that then moved on the Acehnese, peace process in 2005. And you need catalyst for that, to probe people, to probe groups to be more honest, more sincere in the peace processes. You look at the peace process in Southern Philippines, they wanted to have independence, but then to, for the sake of the people, set aside demands for independence and agree for autonomy, because just fighting and killing each other will not get them what they want, which is a political solution. All the conflicts actually need political solution, and political solution can only come with through honest dialogue. So that's where, we have to do it, and we need to do it proper, involve all the groups, inclusivity, get civil society to support, make it a national dialogue, put in development as part of the incentives, and then, you get the process, and that's how we prevent, violent conflicts from happening and from escalating. Because if we do not do these things, then, the people will continue to suffer. Sorry for taking too much time.
Thank you, but all very valuable, useful points. Thank you very much. May I now request Ms. Wanimbu, please?
Thank you very much. On behalf of West Papuans, especially women who are more victimized on this ongoing conflict, I truly I want to take this opportunity to truly appreciate the host of this event, because I believe that this is one of the effective ways to shrinking the narrative gap, and also to create a space and a safe space for us indigenous people to to share our passion, to share our sufferings and our hope. And I believe that I'm a person who are living in my ancestor land. I'm in a person on the ground. I witness what I've seen, what is happening in my ancestor land. And it is very important for us to respect each other. And one of the things that I can't understand is, why can't we sit together and have an honest conversation? And because I believe that in a good will, then we can restoring the creator image in our own humanity. And also, as my Indonesian sister Vienna Atsa mentioned about I want to highlight about special autonomy. It's the draft of the law of special autonomy. It was endorsed 15th of July, and it will be implemented 2021 to 2041. On these 20 years in the future, we are worried, especially our church leaders and NGOs leaders. We are worried that we will become more marginalized. And we do hope that, and also there is an initiative to talk about peace. The question is, who is the designer? What the concept, or what is the framework of the peace itself? Because to indigenous West Papuan, when we talk about peace, it includes some other aspects like truth and justice and safety feelings, well-being, harmonious interconnectedness, and also participation, dignity or self-esteem. So yeah, I truly hope that there is a space, there is a goodwill for us to sit together and to have an honest conversation. Thank you very much. And I would like also, thank you for other experts who are also mentioned about the issue in Papua, especially in West Papua issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. This has been such a enriching conversation. We have another 3 minutes, I think. I was just wondering, Dr. Varennes, would you like to make comments on that, please?
Thank you very much. I won't take much time. I just wanted to, first of all, thank you as a chair for hosting this, for presiding this first panel. This first panel and all three expert panelists did exactly what we wanted. You highlighted a regional understanding and knowledge of the situations of violent conflicts in your own regions and countries. And that is something we don't necessarily hear enough about when we talk about the United Nations, where we are centered in Geneva or New York. So you actually have contributed, I think, insights and understanding that we need to take into account, reflect upon, and also talk about much more often. So I've retained a number of points very quickly. I just wanted to say we're facing a global undermining of the human rights architecture, if you will. And that affects particularly those who are most vulnerable and marginalized, often minorities and indigenous peoples. And the situation, I would even say the increased inequalities that we're seeing around the world, in part linked with the pandemic, and we could even say some of the failures of liberalism around the world, means that the number and the violence of conflicts is not decreasing, it's actually increasing. And we are seeing this around the world. And in a sense, I think we also got this impression in some of what you described. It also means that I think it's important, as one of you mentioned, that we emphasize that when we are referring to protecting minorities or the rights of minorities, we are referring to minorities within the broader architecture of international human rights obligations to address equally that all of our human rights must be respected, recognized, and implemented. Unfortunately, we've heard that in a number of states, majoritarian politics and different other concerns has the impact of often neglecting that side. That unfortunately, the human rights of minorities in particular are too often susceptible of being disregarded, and even human rights defenders, in fact, attacked in different countries for different reasons, including securitization that we've heard about. So I just wanted to very briefly mention those points on the importance of what you've contributed. We need to hear about the situations of conflict in the Asia-Pacific region more often. You've succeeded in doing that. You've succeeded also in, I think, in highlighting some important understanding about the context of these conflicts. And for that, I want to thank each and one of you for your very valuable contributions and the recommendations you made. Once again, I would like to turn to Mr. Sajjad and thank him for his deft chairmanship of the panel. And I return the floor to you, Mr. Sajjad. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, I suppose it's time to conclude now. And I can't tell you how grateful I am to all the distinguished panelists as well as participants, the Thomas Lantos Institute, and of course, respected rapporteur minority issues. And just to say in conclusion that I think each one of the panelists made several valuable points, of course. But the one common theme that I hear is about the need for honest conversation, as Ms. Varennes said. Ms. mentioned as Mr. Askander also mentioned, the point about lines of communication, the role of civil society, etc., especially in a context when states, governments are unwilling to acknowledge root causes, the fact that there is a problem, etc. But as again, one of the panelists mentioned, there's a global tendency to attack civil society, restrictions, etc. And in that context, I think we need to acknowledge the absolutely fantastic role of this forum, which is, I think, quite unique, honestly. Brings state parties, civil society, researchers, activists within in a sense, UN framework. To be able to have honest conversation, you need to have somebody to be able to facilitate it, to provide you the platform. That isn't there. And that, as you all mentioned, is probably the main reason why we are not able to get past those silos, etc. So really grateful to Special Rapporteur for Minority Issues to help us provide this platform for regular interactions across those silos. Thank you very much, and it's been an absolute pleasure and an honor to have moderated this. We'll get back with recommendations. Just need to do one more thing, which is to say that we'll have a short break and we'll resume with the second thematic session of the forum, which will be on normative framework, the human rights of minorities and conflict prevention, which should commence as scheduled. Thank you very much. It's very good to see you.
Thấy chưa?
Hello. Ms. Kumaraswamy, could we please do a sound check and your video, please, for the next session?
Hi, can you see me and do I sound okay?
Yes, very clear, perfect picture. Thank you very much. All of our expert panelists are also here now, so I'll just run through them to check that their sound and video work before we start on time. Thank you. Hello, Mohammed Shahabuddin, I can see you already have your video up. And could you please...
You can hear me? Sean?
Yes, very good. Thank you. And Ms. Tamina Aurora, please, could you check your sound? I can see your video is already working.
Yeah, do I sound okay? Loud enough?
Yes, that's great, thank you. And just finally, Ms. Mona Ansari, please.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, video is working and sound is working too. Thank you all for checking. We'll start on time, so in about 8 minutes. So you won't need anything further from me at this point. So Ms. Kumaraswamy, you can just start the session on time and we can then go forward. Thank you all.
Hello, welcome everybody. I think we have a minute to go, but I must say this is session 2 of this very important workshop. The session is entitled The Normative Framework with Regard to Human Rights of Minorities and Conflict Prevention. I think all of us would agree that it's an important area where there are gaps in the framework, as well as a need to advance this framework forward. So I hope we'll have the opportunity here to discuss some of the main aspects of this framework, especially as set out, for example, the right to survival and existence, the right to promote and protect your identity, the right to equality and non-discrimination, and the right to effective and meaningful participation. Of course, in the course of this discussion, I hope we will also look at some of the instruments that exist in the international normative framework, such as the General Assembly resolutions, as well as the protection under human rights treaties and international humanitarian law. So let me begin the discussion by calling on Mona Ansari, former member of the National Human Rights Commission of Nepal, to make her presentation. She will speak. The roadmap for the program is that we each one speak for 15 minutes or so, and then we will open up for questions and answers. So if I can call on Mona to speak.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Radhika. Dear distinguished panelist and especially chair of this session. This is my honor to be part of this important discussion, especially when we are talking about in South Asia. So good afternoon and good morning to all. And I saw various original actors and then a key player who are working on the protecting of the minority rights are in this session. So I'm going to be very happy to be part of this session. I will try to wrap up on time. So here, I have prepared this paper for this, especially this session. And we all know that Nepal is crossing through various transitions. So the country in South Asia, Nepal, is known as a diverse country, 125 ethnic and 131 language-speaking people exist in the country. So political system and successive regime in the past tried to enforce nationalism based on the language and especially based on a language. So the single identity was imposed in the past. So basically it undermined the cultural, ethnic and religious group and linguistic diversity. So due to state policies and the minority groups suffered systematic exclusion, discrimination and marginalization based on caste, ethnicity and language. We all know in South Asia, Nepal was a long-standing history of Hindu state. Until 2006, minority religious groups such as Muslim, Christian, and other faced alienation based on the religion. Women's rights were severely undermined by the gender discrimination law and practices, and the women of the minority group face multiple injustice. Exclusionary practices extended from the government service to economic opportunity, access to education, access to justice, as well as the citizenship rights. People of minority groups, mainly Muslim, Madhesi, Tharus, were blocked from joining the security forces through unwritten policies. Even judiciary played a role in curtailing the right of minorities. For example, in 1999, Nepal's Supreme Court was blocked, especially issued the directive and decision do not use the local language at their local offices. So when I go for Nepal's conflict context, exclusion at the exclusion, it was in the center. The suppression of rights and growing sense of alienation by the minority groups was capitalized by the Maoist, who was declared People's War in 1996. Decade-long insurgency resulted in losses of the 17,000 lives. Maoist revolt not only attracted the popular support, but also contributed in the awakening of the minority groups. The Maoist army combatant, popularly known as the People's Liberation Army, was largely composed by the disadvantaged groups, and intersectionality people were joined the People's Liberation Army, and was surprisingly 19,000 plus strong forces was 20% women in their forces, and far more gender inclusive than the National Security Army, especially National Army. The issue of inclusion, representation, and social justice were at the center of peace process after the Maoists came into the peaceful politics. So however, the progressive agenda got diluted over the complex political transition and constitution writing process. By the two subsequent Constituent Assembly was in 2008 and 2015. And then finally, the Constitution was on our hand, especially. So who believe in the Constitution, especially, or who believe on the change, they think still 2015 Constitution is not addressing their agenda. And there was like protesting protesting out everywhere in the countryside. So minorities, Madhesis, Tharo, and religious minorities were, business were burned, 50 plus people were killed. And Human Rights Commission, where I was passed, was strictly said the security forces use excessive force in containing of the demonstration. I'm coming on the on very important way. Why this exclusion exists in our country? But this is Dalit. Is still known as an untouchable in our context, though the law and constitution said something different, but in a practice is very different. So there is a two kind of Dalits, like Hill Dalit and Tarayan Dalits. So Tarayan Dalits are more marginalized than Hill Dalit. Madhesis also feeling the same way, and 45% of Dalits are landless. 15% of them are deprived from the citizenships. Many indigenous nationalities such as Raute, Chepang are brink of the marginalization, is the more shocking for us. And Tharus is one of the indigenous people who lost their lands through the change in the land tenure laws and influctuation of the hill settlers in the Tarai. Tharo men and women were made bonded labor until the Kamaya system was abolished in 2000. So Madhesi and Muslims are facing exclusion and discrimination of their linguistic ethnicity, especially in the southern border of Nepal. And they are critically facing a challenge to getting the citizenship and then exclusion into the government services. Some of the religious persecution cases has been reported by Christian communities in Nepal. Officially, this case is also filed in the court until today is undecided. Under the new criminal penal code, conversion is criminalized. So the minority community is feeling it's discriminatory against them. Churches are vandalized, burned. Some of them were falsely accused engaging into the caste acts against the Hindu, especially, while others were prosecuted for proselytization. So 2004 killing, I think some of our international friend knows about 12 Nepalese were killed in the Iraq, which is a provoked anti-Muslim violence in the Kathmandu especially, and many mosques and many businesses are vandalized. So when I talk about the normative framework of human rights protection of minorities, I must highlight 2015 Constitution has transformed into the Nepal's federal structure, secular republic state. But learning from the past, Nepal has realized the deep-rooted exclusionary practices in the society have been a major cause of the conflict. New constitution has included progressive measures for the protection of the rights of minorities, minority groups, promote equality and ensure social justice. Although effective implementation of the words and spirit of the constitution is questionable. I also want to highlight some of the things, how this setup has been. There is a law, constitution, and the special framework to prevent relapse of the conflict by protecting the human right of the minority. The constitution has made a setup, especially Madhesi, Tharo, Muslim, Dalit, indigenous community. They got their own constitution. They got their own commission, and then a human rights commission, women commission, and an inclusion commission. We have a linguistic commission. So these are the bodies. It's a setup under the constitution. So, but this is the appointment made by the government recently is questionable by the human rights defender. It is not meeting the constitutional framework and international standard of appointment. We know that in Nepal, we have following the mixed electoral system, which is 60% of provincial setup lawmaker and coming from FPTP race, and then 40% of coming from the PR list. So the representation of the least 2 members from Dalit community is mandatory. Minority groups has been ensured at the village level and then municipality level. The arrangement have a significant, but it's still legislative is underrepresentation. So we have a constitutional guarantee for 33% of women in a federal and provincial setup. President and vice president of always like male and female. Deputy speaker and speaker also have to mandatory male and female. Deputy mayor and mayor, there is also the special provision that must be one. If mayor going to be a male, deputy have to be female. So this kind of setup is going on. But one of the major important, like a major institution, when we are talking about the social inclusion, civil service is another important sector where the inclusion must be guaranteed. So the reservation, the seat is reserved for 45% government position for socially excluded group. 27% seat is blocked for the indigenous, 33% for women, 22% for Madhesis, 9% for Dalit, 5% for disability, and 4% for backward region. So these kind of setup is in a civil service, but still Supreme Court raised another debate. This need to be like reservation policy need to be revised, and again another debate is came on the scenario, because the just for 10 years the constitution is happened in 2015. So if I counted the year, the 6th year we are having, but the Supreme Court came on the very regressive decision, which is again is not going to help in a longer term. In the legal legal reform, some of the laws have been amended and other are in the course of drafting. So this major one, the citizenship is one of the politicized issue in Nepal. Women are facing unequal citizen issues. Minorities are facing the same way. Hundreds of thousands of people have been made stateless due to the citizenship law. I have a couple of recommendations, and which I think I also refer to written form as well. So in my understanding and my practice, the continuous dialogue is required if we are going to deal with the minorities protection and prevention issue. So continuous dialogues and engagement to them, because you know the majority always majority groups are always putting, if they are going to discuss something, they are feeling always like doubtful. Either they are blamed for international sponsor or something like that. And they show them like very reluctant on transformation or anything. So they see them always like a suspicious, why they are talking about this kind of issue, why they are talking about the inclusion, equality, change, all those things. And another major things, I think my recommendation is in South Asia, the minorities always been like a minority agenda always been left behind, though the SDG already setting some principle and goal to achieve. But minority issues have no such kind of like a platform where they can share, they can talk, and where they can get the human rights defender close support. So this is, I think, the one of the platform minorities group in South Asia required. So the another important things is implementation of laws and policies, international treaties. Is a very important to look into how the state is behaving, how the state is responding. So my fourth recommendation is strengthening these commission is very important. So when the minority community need for a dialogue or protection or prevention, these commission gone to in the on like they basically not responding on timely. They are not very active, and they are not, to bringing this kind of diverse people on the table to discuss and to the share of their grievances. I think these are my my points. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your recommendations, which I'm taking note of. I think you mentioned the whole issue of exclusion and the need to involve, to look at representation in government through electoral systems as well as in the civil service. about sharing of power, about the need to have continuous dialogue and engagement, to increase the platform, you said, for minorities to speak, the implementation of international treaties within the country, and strengthening independent commissions. So thank you again for your recommendations. I call on Professor Mohammed to speak now. We can't hear you. Unmute yourself.
My apologies. So thank you very much for inviting me to this event and allowing me to share some of my thoughts that I'll be doing in the next 15 minutes. But before I do just a note of clarification. The views that I'll be sharing today, I'll be doing that as an independent expert, and those do not necessarily represent the views of my host institution, that is the University of Birmingham. Now, when it comes to the protection of minorities or the human rights of minorities in relation to conflict prevention, it can be seen in three different ways. So first, we can think about the way a better regime of human rights or human rights of minorities can prevent violent ethnic conflicts. So just a few minutes before I started my talk, I received a direct message from one of the participants in this group requesting me to highlight the persecution of Ahmadiyya communities in countries like Bangladesh, Pakistan, Malaysia, Indonesia, and so on and so forth. And then also I've been requested to highlight the importance of equal citizenship. And this is such a kind of fundamental basic right, as you have seen in the Rohingya case also, the denial of citizenship, in a euphemistic way, the right to have rights, right? So it's so fundamental, so basic, that has to be acknowledged, that even if the most oppressive regimes in their constitution, actually, they have so-called this declaration of equality and protection, and so that need to be enforced. So that is one fundamental aspect of this relationship between human rights of minorities and conflict prevention. But at the same time, and which is logical and obvious and no surprise, in the absence of those human rights or human rights protection of minorities, there is a high likelihood that we'll end up with violent ethnic conflicts. So these are just two sides of the same coin. But the third point is going to be a bit more interesting, which is the way the violent ethnic conflict or violent conflict itself then can have some impact, or the way it can influence our very legal imagination of human rights itself. And I think the normative aspects are far more interesting there. To what extent, I mean, violence is bad. Violence, everything needs to be done to prevent ethnic violence, no question about it. But one also needs to unpack this very notion of violence itself, because at some places it can have some constructive effect too. For example, Mohona's example about the way violence redefined the gender stereotypes in certain conflict situations, like in Maoist insurgency, also in the liberation war movement in Bangladesh. We have seen how the war itself has redefined the gender stereotypes. Women fighting with men in the battleground, and then after independence, it was a process of reassigning those gender stereotype roles. But when it comes to human rights, actually post-conflict reconstruction and peace process itself forces us to think about human rights in a much more radical way, going beyond the traditional areas of equality and non-discrimination. A clear example would be peace accords that we find in many parts of the world, including many countries in Asia and the Pacific. Many of those peace accords incorporate rights which go far beyond this traditional framework of equality and non-discrimination and equal citizenship rights. In one case, at least, I can specifically mention the Chittagong Hill Tracts Peace Accord that was signed in 1997 in Bangladesh. For very pragmatic reasons, like many other post-conflict peace accords, these are driven by pragmatic needs to stop bloodshed and establish peace. But that piece of accord was then, as Mohana was also referring to the Nepalese case, challenged before the Supreme Court on the ground that some of the concessions made to the Chittagong Hill Tracts indigenous groups violate the equality doctrine of the Constitution, because the constitutional architecture is very much this equality and non-discrimination. So therefore, when you give autonomous right to one particular segment of the country, in the absence of any constitutional recognition outside equality and non-discrimination, it clearly emerged as a kind of case of violation of equality principle. So you see how the very doctrinal notions of equality and non-discrimination can actually work against minority interests, right? So I would encourage you to think about the final point and take it seriously as we go into the main 3 points that I'll be able to do in the next 10 minutes to think about this relationship about human rights of minorities and conflict prevention within a normative framework. So my 3 points are rather going to be kind of normative precursors about thinking about human rights outside this traditional dictum and traditional framework of just equality and non-discrimination. Because in many Western liberal countries where you have guaranteed equality and non-discrimination principles, minorities in those countries too ask for additional protection. Although in those many countries, it doesn't always end up in a violent form, but there is no denial that there are existing minority concerns and resistance and movement in those societies too. The first issue that I would like to highlight very briefly, kind of normative precursor about thinking about human rights, is these ideas of colonialism and capitalism. They don't always appear, especially capitalism, in our discourse on minorities for many reasons. We cannot get into that, but I would specifically like to thank one of the speakers in the previous panel, Ms. Rode Wanimbo, who specifically mentioned capitalist exploitation and how it leads to violent ethnic conflicts and minority oppression in West Papua. And I express my sincerest thanks for highlighting this point. So human rights and colonialism, I mean, the fight against colonialism under the UN, especially 1960s, was fought in the name of human rights. No question about it. So the Colonial Declaration of 1960 specifically mentions how colonialism itself is a violation of human rights, right? So at that moment in time, when we celebrated human rights since 1945, it was also seen as a powerful tool to demand decolonization in the General Assembly, in the form of General Assembly resolution. But we have done less about this relationship between capitalism and human rights. In many cases, actually, capitalism itself was seen as a human rights issue, given that countries where you don't have those capitalist economic structure are the obvious violators of human rights. So the relationship was rather reverse. Capitalism itself became a kind of human rights issue. In the 1990s, when there was a kind of massive talk about globalization, minimal state, so states being the traditional oppressors of minorities, there was a hope that if states are now less powerful, perhaps it will create more space for minorities to claw back some of the power dynamic aspects, and perhaps they will have a better protection now that state will become weaker, which didn't happen. But at the same time, or on top of that, we have seen the invasion of neoliberal economic actors, both nationally and also transnational, who have become the main perpetrators of minority rights violations in forms of land grabbing, in terms of all sorts of other economic exploitation. And as you know, the lands and other resources of minorities are the prime target of any development activities because they are politically less powerful, therefore less capable of mounting any resistance. So my first recommendation in this specific context would be to think about the colonial legacies, which are even present today in the form of boundaries and all other issues. Number one, because these have serious human rights implications, including the right to self-determination. The denial of right to self-determination is closely connected to this idea of colonial boundaries and its continuity. Number two, many post-colonial states have established the same colonial relationship with their own minorities. So we have replaced the white European colonizer with majoritarian rulers, but keeping at the same time the same colonial tools of exploitation. So that sort of internal colonization need to be acknowledged and highlighted. Number 3, socioeconomic rights and the way capitalism affects those rights, specifically minorities, has to be mainstreamed in any minority rights discourse, which is a blind spot. Little has been done, even within human rights discourse, which is far more obsessed with civil and political rights. This needs to be acknowledged because minorities are the prime victims of this neoliberal economic invasion in the name of economic development. Number 4, so even if colonialism and colonial legacies are at the root of many minority oppression, it is also not possible to go for complete reversal. In many cases, it will not be desirable even, right? So one specific recommendation that I would like to make here is to learn from countries and societies or even regions who have mitigated those challenges, who have mitigated those consequences in a much more creative way in managing their ethnic relationship and dealing with minorities in a better way. So there is a need for research to learn from those good practices, and there is also a need for dissemination, which I think a forum of this kind will be the best place to advance and do. The second point, I just realized I have less than 5 minutes now, so I'll be very quick. In the last panel, we talked about state narrative in relation to minority oppression, how the state itself gives a kind of narrative about the very rosy picture about how that country did for the improvement of minority situation. My point is not that. Rather, I would encourage all of us to go one step ahead and rather think about the narrative of state itself, which is different from state narrative of minority oppression or minority improvement or whatever. What I mean by this narrative of statehood is this. Whenever in international relations or international law, or for that matter, any international action, we talked about statehood, the minority question was an obvious part of that, beginning from the moment of the birth of the traditional story about the birth of modern statehood in Westphalia in 1648. Even then, Westphalian Treaty was also about minority protection. And if we go from there to Congress of Vienna, we go to the moment of League of Nations, we go to the moment of decolonization at the UN. Whenever there was a challenge before the international community to reorganize international society, the minority question was obvious. Even in post-conflict Iraq and Afghanistan, the question about the reconstruction of those countries, like the moment of decolonization again, was how to deal with minorities. So the obvious question was what to deal with these leftover minorities of the state-making process. And that has been a core issue when it comes to minority protection in post-colonial states, or for that matter, any state, because the question of statehood is intrinsically connected with the question of minorities. And it also gives us a clue why these minorities actually enjoy and should enjoy a special status compared to other vulnerable social groups, like age-based discrimination or sex-based discrimination, because unlike minorities, those groups are not seen as a challenge to the state itself. Therefore, I think what we need is a different history of states, respective states where we have minorities, from minority point of view. And that will contextualize minorities in the very state-making process itself. And the practical benefit that we can expect from that is to this idea that this acknowledgement of this status of minorities and how minorities have been created as a part of state-making process will make various concessions to minorities in the form of regional autonomy and so on and so forth, much more palatable towards the broader society. And those actions and steps that minorities demand in many countries will not be immediately seen as a threat to territorial integrity, and it will not be immediately seen as a matter of national security. I'll stop here because I'm out of time, but I have a few more points, and if we have time at the end, I'll be very happy to come back and share those with you. So I'll stop here, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sahabdin. You raised some important points. I think the importance of thinking outside the box, beyond equality and non-discrimination, and move toward things such as the demands for autonomy and special provisions by minorities. International standards don't recognize that, but that's something that we could discuss. The second interesting thing is about colonialism and the colonial legacy, especially with regard to boundaries and the right to self-determination. And of course, I like the way you put it, that you can't change history now completely, but maybe there are creative ways of finding solutions once you acknowledge the problem and the issue and look at the best practices around the world, how they have managed to do that. And thirdly, and also very important, economic exploitation that comes from capitalism and the need to make sure that socioeconomic rights are included in the way we look at human rights. Again, the normative framework internationally does not really look at that issue. And finally, of course, the concept of state formation and minorities. And from the minority point of view, of course, the arguments for autonomy and self-determination can be understood. So let me leave it at that. Thank you. I'm taking these down for recommendations. I don't know if I have to submit them to the special rapporteur, but perhaps. But now if we can turn to Tahima Arora from ADF International.
Thanks very much. Thank you also to the organizers for putting together this very important discussion and for the opportunity to present. Research shows that both social hostility and government restrictions result in extreme violations of freedom of religion and the rights of religious minorities in particular. While it is true that aggressive narratives often form the basis of these social hostilities, it is equally true that the enactment of certain laws further cement these notions, resulting in increased violent conflict. I would like to focus my comments on the impact of such laws in South Asia in particular. The first set of laws I'd like to highlight are the blasphemy laws. Research shows that blasphemy laws are now in place in over 71 countries across the globe, 18 countries in the Asia-Pacific region. As has been noted by several scholars, most blasphemy laws are vaguely worded and tend to carry very unduly harsh penalties for violators. Recognizing that they violate international covenants, the UN Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Religion or Belief has called for repeal of criminal blasphemy laws, finding that national level blasphemy laws are counterproductive since they result in de facto censure of all interreligious or belief and intra-religious or belief dialogue, debate, and even criticism, most of which could be constructive, healthy, and so desperately needed. There's also clear correlation between blasphemy laws and violent attacks against religious minorities. Examples of this are evident from Pakistan. According to a recent report by the US Commission, on the International Religious Freedom published just last year, Pakistan reported the highest number of incidents of mob activities, mob violence, and threats of mob violence as a result of alleged blasphemous acts. Last month, a shocking incident came to light where an 8-year-old Hindu boy was charged with blasphemy. Immediately after his release from prison after a week, the local Hindu temple was attacked. Often those accused by blasphemy laws are not even safe after their acquittal. A recent example of this is the case of this Pakistani Christian couple who spent 7 years on death row over false blasphemy charges. Shagufta and Shafqat, her husband, have been living in poverty with their 4 children in Punjab in Pakistan. And when they were accused of sending blasphemous text to a cleric and a local lawyer, the phone was definitely registered in Shagufta's name, but both she and her husband were illiterate, unable to send or receive text messages, text messages. Shagufta explained to the court that the phone had been missing for over a month. She was illiterate and she had no idea who had sent those messages. But in spite of that, the couple was convicted and sentenced to death by hanging. It was only after the Lahore High Court overturned their death sentence in July that the parents of these four were able to finally leave. They continue to face death threats. Not only them, sadly, even their lawyer. Soon after their acquittal, thankfully, they were able to leave the country and are now finally safe. But obviously, the answer is not in leaving the country, as many continue to languish in jail. In March 2019, another Christian man by the name of Stephen Mati was attacked in his home, again on allegations of blasphemy. After his attack, he was arrested. The mob tried to set fire to his home. And even as his brother tried to explain that Stephen Mati suffered from mental health issues, that did not stop the police. He was arrested, continues to be in jail. He was diagnosed eventually with bipolar disorder. And in spite of this mental health record being submitted before the court said that while he is unfit to stand trial at the moment, we'll wait till he gets better. Stephen Mati continues to be in jail. And like mentioned by the previous speaker also, the tiny minority Ahmadiyya community continues to be so impacted by this law, by these blasphemy laws. And while we denounce blasphemy laws on one hand and call for their repeal, we find that increasingly states are looking to enact new laws that will penalize hate speech to prevent conflicts between communities. Unless these laws have very precise definitions linking speech to the incitement of violence, sadly, they too will have the same effect. Hate speech laws can be used to reinforce dominant political, social, and even moral narratives, opinions of a given society. They are frequently used to target opposition voices and dissent, and we see this over and over again. When laws against hate speech seek to limit the subject matter without taking into effect the situation, whether the violence is imminent or whether there is an intent to incite discrimination or hostility, they can have very similar impacts as blasphemy laws. And we really need to critically examine, even as these new laws are brought up, because they are being used to shut down voices that are critical to those in authority. Another dubious set of laws that I'd like to highlight are commonly known as the anti-conversion laws. In 2015, according to research, it was highlighted that there are 99 countries that limit efforts by some or all religious groups to persuade people to join their faith. In India too, the euphemistically titled Religious Freedom Act, now in 9 Indian provinces, prescribe how religious conversions are to be regulated. In some of the laws, penal provisions are up to 10 years imprisonment for engaging in unlawful conversions. They have shifted the burden of proof from the state to the convert to prove how the conversion is unlawful. Those converting their faith must give advance notice to or seek permission of the state for the purpose of the conversion. Local authorities must initiate, it is mandated by law, to initiate an inquiry to ascertain the validity of every act of conversion. The law also stipulates notifications, registration requirements for marriages where there are 2 different faith communities, the couple belongs to 2 different faith communities, and severe penalties for non-compliance. And what has been the impact of these laws? Brutal and violent attacks against religious minorities. Wedding parties have been crashed into by the police, often accompanied by mobs, claiming that the woman was being forced to convert on the pretext of marriage. Prayer gatherings, worship services have been disrupted. Members of the minority community brutally attacked, often in the presence of local authorities, on the allegations that they have engaged in religious conversion. Bibles confiscated by the police, allegedly as evidence of a conversion racket. Many arrested on false charges, detained for long duration in judicial custody. Similar provisions regulating religious conversions exist in several Asian states and require an urgent relook, as they restrict religious freedom by making all religious conversions suspect and open to scrutiny of government authorities. The legal provisions are invoked even against legitimate manifestations of religion or belief, including charitable activities. Such laws fail to protect the agency of the individual and the minority voice. These laws foment violence against religious minorities. Blasphemy laws, anti-conversion laws promote intolerance through government regulations and restrictions on the freedom of religion, belief, thought, and expression. Such laws can have a devastating consequence on religious minorities and undermine religious pluralism. However, laws alone cannot change culture. They must be nurtured by building fraternity and dialogue between communities. Fraternity is the bedrock on which other essential ideals like liberty and equality flourish. Without it, Dr. Ambedkar, who was the chairperson of India's Constitution Drafting Committee, reflected that liberty and equality would become a natural course of things. It would require a constable to enforce them. Fraternity is built by creating opportunities to allow for cooperative problem solving, by ensuring that minorities have an opportunity for effective representation in power structure, but also that moderates have a strong voice. We also need to ensure that we disinventionize violence and call for violence against religious minorities, ending the culture of impunity that prevails in so many states across Asia. In closing, my recommendation that states that have blasphemy or anti-conversion laws must repeal them, recognizing their impact on the enjoyment of the right, freedom of religion or belief. States must also ensure that there is no impunity for those who commit acts of violence against religious minorities. And we must ensure a three-part test: legality, proportionality, and necessity on restrictions of rights that also apply to the cause of incitement of hatred. We need to set a high threshold for any sort of restrictions on the freedom of expression in line with Articles 19 and 20 of the ICCPR. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've summarized your recommendation, looking at the blasphemy laws, hate speech and anti-conversion laws, and the need to ensure that they are reviewed or rejected, some of them. Now the floor is open for discussion. Mr. Zhao, I see your hand raised.
Can you hear my voice?
Oh, sorry, Madam Zhao. Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you. Okay, dear moderator and experts, thank you for giving me the floor. And this is Xiaojun Zhao from the Research Center at Northwestern University of Political Science and Law in China. And I am a Tibetan girl. And my father is Tibetan, while my mom is Han nationality. So I want to share something about my opinion about the ethnic human the rights protection. Okay, in my opinion, conflict prevention cannot be the main purpose of minority protection. While the human rights of minorities should be focused on the realization of rights itself, such as better living condition and equal rights protection. As a Tibetan from China, I have benefited a lot from China's ethnic minority policy. China's experience in ethnic minority governance is positive way. The protection of the rights of ethnic minorities in China is based on the autonomy system in ethnic regions. The logic of protecting the rights of ethnic minorities in China is ethnic unity, equality, and common prosperity, which helps realize the protection of the rights of ethnic minorities and common development of ethnic groups. So there are two recommendations to the protection of ethnic minorities. Firstly, every country and every region has its own history and distribution of ethnic minorities, which should be based on those factors to formulate protection policies for ethnic minorities. And secondly, taking common development and common prosperity as a path of ethnic governance may provide a new reference to all countries and regions in the world to deal with ethnic issues. And this is my recommendation and statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jerald Joseph, is it? Yes, Mr. Jerald Joseph.
Yeah. Good evening from Malaysia, Ms. Radhika. And colleagues, thank you for your presentation. Some thoughts on the normative framework for consideration is that I think the notion of finding out, despite constitutional guarantees of equality, is the concept of equal citizenship really being practiced in action. So I think countries like Malaysia and many countries, there is an unspoken dualistic system that works. And I think that needs to be one studied and also exposed, that the effect of a good constitution is an equality framework for all across the board. If not, it's meaningless and it's just nice on paper. And then that brings me to countries like Malaysia, and I'm not sure, perhaps also Sri Lanka and other countries, this notion of affirmative action that is embedded into law. While it had significance in history, any affirmative action that has a permanent nature in itself will constitute institutional discrimination, and it impacts the minority. In Malaysia, it's the majority that gets the affirmative action provision. And I think that is dangerous, and that if it's not challenged, and the utilization of a human rights framework is always countered by political powers who says that that is not how history of the country should be. If the history is more one ethnic group in its history, so that's how it is. And so that for me is almost like an apartheid system that should never be allowed. But I'm actually proposing maybe a bit more framing of how affirmative action, while needed in a certain space, can be transformed into a needs-based or a merit-based framework that actually will ensure no one is left behind. So it's not the minority majority, but people who actually need the support, both economic and other rights. Because I think Malaysia, our development in the last 50 years has taken us far ahead. So I think now that part is done. It's more the intrinsic value of equality and dignity. And I think also my other recommendation is the framework of the social spaces where majority and minority always seems to be outplayed through social messaging, and because the notion that one is better than the other, and politicians silence. And I think the need for political leadership, anyone in power cannot be silent when this is growing, because hate can easily grow and one can outdo the other because of sheer numbers. And I think that's something that we could recommend. And also, I think one way to ensure that check and balances exist is the professionalizing of enforcement agencies like the police or other enforcement agencies. It may be a majority ethnic group, but it is designed as a professional force. And how do we transform people coming from different identities to actually uphold the values or the trainings they had? And I think my final point is, many of us here, including Mona Ansari, was a former commissioner. I'm a commissioner now. Groups, and of course, Ms. Radhika also, groups like the National Human Rights Institution need to be independent as a voice to check if such oversights or push is happening by the majority. And independent judiciary is crucially important if everything else fails. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Naseem Malik.
Thank you very much to all the panelists, and especially to Fernand de Varennes. Thank you very much for the 13th of July, that you took up the matter for the Ahmadiyya community, special side events, And here I want to thank Mr. Shahabuddin. So you quickly took up the matter. Actually, the thing is this, that for all the minorities, in most of these countries, their citizenship rights are violated. That's the basic international law. They are all violated. For the Ahmadis, I'm talking because they don't have even the right to vote since 1974. So this is one thing I want to take. The other thing is very important is at the moment, as Tamina has mentioned about the Christian cases, they are how they are happening in the Pakistani courts, my recommendation to this forum is that kindly take the matter with your ambassadors in Pakistan to monitor the cases in the courts, There you can see how these mullahs, these judges, they are violating the international laws, when they have these blasphemy cases in front of them. So my recommendation again, to monitor these blasphemy cases only, and then international community can see what is happening to these communities. And the third thing I want to recommend, that in these countries, if you see their religion is mentioned in the ID cards, when it's mentioned in the ID cards, their persecution starts from the very start, from the schools, from the kindergarten. They are Christians, they are Hindus, they are Ahmadis, they are Shias. So this should be stopped. Also, recommendation should be Fernandez, as we discussed last time. Also, the ID cards, this thing should be excluded because it's a basic right. International right. Radia, you have mentioned, that you have mentioned this is against the international law. All the articles 25 and 26, 18 and 90 and 2 also. So thank you very much once again, and good luck to all.
Thank you. Any more questions? Let me just, for those of you who don't want to speak, Marcus Oda has just put something in the chat. He says, please submit your recommendations in writing via the chat function or email to Marcus Oda. So just look up the chat function if you have any recommendations, and that relieves me. I don't have to take these recommendations down, which I've been trying to do. That's good. Now, Mr. Ling Kian. You have the floor, Mr. Ling Kian. Okay. Madam, I'm sorry. I'm having this male bias, which is very bad. I apologize.
I am Ling Qian from National Ethnic Affairs Commission of the PRC, and it's really a great pleasure to join this discussion. Aiming at the human rights protection and the conflicts prevention of the minorities, different countries and regions in the world have taken corresponding measures. Based on China's working practice and experience on ethnic affairs, I would like to add more 2 points. Firstly, what we're trying to do is to promote the exchanges and interactions among the ethnic groups. In the trend of urbanization, the movement of population as well as the mixed habitations are very inevitable. And more people are moving to the cities with more and more places urbanized. In China, there are at least 2 ethnic groups in all the county level cities, and more than 10 provinces and 20 cities have all the 56 ethnic groups. What we're trying to do is to create the communities where all the ethnic groups can live harmonious, to improve their service and the management of those ethnic minorities joined by the cities, so that all the ethnic groups can study together, work together, and live together. And secondly, what we're trying to do is to use the law to protect the rights of all ethnic groups. We distinguish different kinds of problems based on its facts, taking the law as the criterion and highlighting the sense of nation, the awareness of citizenship, and the law governance. In some areas, legal knowledges are written into the song lyrics and painted into traditional artworks, which enable law to go deeply into people's daily life. Those kind of measures works really well. So all in all, there is no end to improving the human rights, and hopefully these measures can provide some new perspectives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more interventions? It says S. Hassan. I'm not going to judge the gender.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Just to quickly two points, primarily in the question of normative framework. As several speakers have noted, there's a significant divergence between what nations commit to provide and in their practices. And the divergence we can see is increasing, and the commitment to both what they promise all citizens, but also particularly the minorities in their constitutions, in terms of non-discrimination, but also specific minority rights, as well as their ratifications of international human rights laws. And yet we see both in precept and practice many discriminatory actions against minorities. How does one bridge that gap? So I really do not have a recommendation, but I think this is one of the key trends we see across the globe, I'm sure, but in the context of Asia Pacific, and especially South Asian countries, significant divergence. We heard experts and interventions proposing things like monitoring the discriminatory practices, etc., but also being able to expose the big gap. And I think some efforts, either civil society led, but with support from entities such as OHCHR, UN, to try to see more the divergence and like people were suggesting, expose it more. Will perhaps create the incentives for countries to move towards, I suppose, bridging that gap. The other point was about the role of regional human rights law. So there's the international human rights law and there's national laws. It's been seen that in several parts of the world, there are specific regional mechanisms that have worked greatly in terms of trying to encourage greater observance of minority rights, human rights. I don't know about all of Asia Pacific, but definitely in the case of South Asia, there's nothing like that. What can we do to sort of nudge states in that direction? And then there's a body of work on minority rights protection, written into several agreements between countries, and I'm talking specifically. None of those actually work. But what do we do? And again, I'm just proposing greater attention, including by UN agencies, to trying to have those conversations around regional fields. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more interventions? Any more? No. Is anyone? Well, I limited the speakers to 15 minutes. Is there anything you would like to add at this point, perhaps, since there are no questions on the floor? Is there anything you'd like to say or add? I know Professor Saab I cut short his comments, but he didn't make his third point.
Yeah, so if you allow me a few more minutes, and thanks very much for that. There are two other points I had in my list. So the first one I wanted to talk about, which was also discussed in the panel in the morning, about this homogeneous idea of nation building and how minorities actually suffer in the process. So many of those constitutions in post-colonial states in Asia and the Pacific will have constitutional safeguard for equality and non-discrimination, but as I have highlighted in my example of the Chittagong Hilltract Peace Accord, the language of equality and non-discrimination and in a kind of democratic system, one person, one vote kind of Westminster model of democracy, becomes a perfect recipe for marginalization of minorities and to perpetuate it in the name of equality and non-discrimination. So perhaps there is need for country-specific understanding and do something about constitutional recognition and guarantee, because many of these countries actually do not even recognize the existence of minorities. They simply say, oh, all are equal citizens, so in this country there is a minority. I mean, when there was minority discussions at the UN level, I'm talking about at the international level, and Article 27 of the ICCPR, France simply said at the UN that in France there is no minority because it's not theoretically possible. In a country where everyone is equal on the basis of citizenship, you cannot have minorities. So this argument is actually translated very powerfully in many post-colonial states who do not even specifically recognize the existence of any specific group. Everyone has to be Indian or Bangladeshi or Pakistani as a part of this homogeneous nation building. But at the same time, this language of nation building is a language of majoritarian hegemony, because many of these countries symbolize this, because many of those countries actually got independence and fought back imperial Western powers in the name of the majority culture, in the name of majority tradition, right? So Bengali nationalism brought Bangladesh, therefore it's a country for Bengalis, forget all other ethnic minorities. So there is a specific, and that would be one of the important recommendations, which I've already submitted in written form, the constitutional recognition of minorities and thinking about alternative models of democracy, like constitutional model of democracy, as Mona was sharing the experience and the experiment, I would say at this moment in time, about power sharing arrangements within the constitution. That can be done, that should be done, and at least this is something that even a minority forum can advance and advocate strongly for. And the final point is a bit abstract, but nonetheless important, especially for policymakers and researchers on minorities. So when we talk about minorities, we often talk about minority women, and it's kind of like multiple layers of violence. So minorities are suppressed, minority women are suppressed even more, right? And you can talk about all sorts of gender issues. So on top of that, or in addition to that, I think there is very important feminist literature and discourse that problematizes this question of statehood, this whole idea that the state has to be a kind of homogeneous whole in itself is a very masculine idea. And the way feminist scholars thought about international order in its multiplicity, focusing on non-state actors in terms of resistance, but also at the level of global organization, the organization of the global order. I think minority rights scholars and practitioners and policymakers has a lot to learn from that feminist discourse on statehood, and to think about minorities not a kind of like group of victims. So I'm talking about beyond this vulnerability framework. So minorities not only as a victim of something, rather to think about minorities as a group with agency who are very much capable of resistance, to see them as an element of the global order, a constituent element of the global order, not just a peripheral group of people who are always the victim and they need a kind of savior to come and rescue them. I think there is a need for this massive paradigmatic shift to better contextualize minority discourse itself, if not minorities. So I'll stop with that. Thank you again, Radhika.
You raised the issue of women. Perhaps we can do a little discussion, because in Asia, as you know, the issue we have constantly of personal laws and a whole host of issues relating to women within minorities. As you know, would someone like to speak on that? Hema, maybe would you like to say something?
Happy to jump in on that. Yes, sadly, I think we've seen increasingly, even in the Indian context, definitely, how the rights of women are often pitted against religious rights. And now when we're looking at a larger narrative that is ongoing, it becomes even more difficult to articulate the rights of women because it is seen as somehow then delegitimizing the struggles that minority groups have. And I look at the entire discussion around the issue of triple talaq, but even at this time with the anti-conversion laws, where very, very specifically, it is the right of a woman to choose her partner that is being attacked. How dare she presume to marry outside the faith? How dare she choose to decide who she will marry. But I just want to also just point out that as religious minorities are attacked and targeted, they become very inward looking. And this then results in them perhaps refraining from reforming law. So because you're looking inwards, you're trying to protect and defend yourself, it becomes very difficult to talk about reform within, which should be where the dialogue really starts. Reform of the laws that come from within the community, healthy, open debate. And when it is being thrust by the state, as it is, we see it happening in India at the moment, it gets resisted, even by women's groups, because it's just not a good time to talk about it. So as the space opens up, all freedoms can flourish. But I would also just like to talk about basically the monitoring of the violence that is happening. And we find that study states are not being very effective in monitoring violence against minorities. Groups that are monitoring violence often get targeted also. And this, of course, includes violence against women, but especially religious minorities. The targeting of them is not being documented very effectively in this region. And groups that do it also get targeted. So yeah, I just want to flag that.
Thank you. Any more questions or comments? Is there anyone? Mona, would you like to add anything?
No, actually, I don't have anything because Tamina and Mohammed basically they covered so many things. So I don't want to go to repeat the same things. I just want to recall one thing that I was organized in 2018, Impunity in South Asia. The conference is recalling so many things in South Asian context. So maybe that report is online. If anyone want to hear, you are also one of the panelists invited, and we missed you at that time. So I think that's a very important report talking about the minorities, human rights challenges, impunity, freedom of expression, a lot of things. So why in South Asia the impunity always exists? This is the important things, and we need to bring up the impunity, and nobody is taken a granted in the name of international laws. So this is very important. I want to put your attention and other fellow panelists. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we are supposed to submit what is maybe special to our region, isn't it? That's what I mean. What would you say? I would ask the three panelists, the Asian region, as you see it, what would you think are the major issues facing minorities in the Asian region? I mean, you've mentioned them, but what you've said, but just to reflect a little further, perhaps on some of these issues. Some of it is more general.
I go first, or is for?
Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think so. Most of the points that I discussed, actually, given that I myself come from one of the South Asian countries, so this Asian context was very much in mind that shaped the points I discussed. But to make it a bit more explicit, I think when it comes to minorities in Asia and the Pacific region, the main problem there is the problem of statehood and state building, the kind of this impetus for, and it's actually a common problem for many post-colonial states, but definitely it is the case in this region. This attempt to create a kind of homogeneous one nation, which is a majoritarian nation, which is not recognized officially. But I think that is one of the main problems. The second problem would be of course, colonial legacies. I'm not going to repeat those points. The second problem would be the problem of development. So this idea of nation building was matched with this idea of economic development, because many of those, if we look into the writings of nationalist leaders in India and other places, many of them identified minority problem with the lack of development. So the idea was that with development, we can wipe out all sorts of division on the basis of ethnicity, race, religion. Nehru was a very famous proponent of this idea. So more development would mean less ethnic tension. So development was seen as a kind of solution, as a response. And that was a failed project in many ways, because this development, like the nation building project itself, prioritized the majoritarian economic interest. So minority and indigenous people's land and resources, forests, and so all or most dams you'll find funded by World Bank and others always found the spot in territories occupied by indigenous people or ethnic minorities, because they're politically less powerful. So I think this question of development needs to be scrutinized seriously. So if you ask me about the two main concerns when it comes to minority issues in this region, I would encourage anyone to look closely into these two really major and broad areas of nation building and the development discourse, and what happens to minorities as a result. And many other problems are actually directly linked to those.
Any other, would Mona or Taima like to add anything?
I think I'll just repeat that restrictive laws, but also this whole culture of impunity. I mean, we find increasingly violent conflict goes unaddressed, unattended, even supported sometimes by state machinery. That's something that needs urgent attention. But also there's underlying unresolved conflict, things that are being used by groups repeatedly in the region. And I think that's something that civil society needs to actively, and a recommendation to civil society, to actively engage on bringing groups together that seem to be at complete different ends of the spectrum, but bringing them together to help resolve or at least initiate dialogue on some of these things.
Okay, now I'm going to call on Dr. Fernand de Varennes, the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, who also to say a few words, if you could.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Radhika, you're doing a great job. I think I'm going to hire you in the future for other regional forums. But thank you especially for all of the panelists. Once again, you actually prove one of the main objectives of the attempts that we were making with this regional forum, to actually have knowledge and better expertise from the region to understand exactly what are your challenges and areas where we have to do more. In terms of the normative framework, what really strikes me is the need to clarify certain fundamental concepts such as equality and even the right to development. Equality does not mean that everyone should be treated identically when you're different. In other words, to say to someone, oh, you're equal, we can all eat meat. Well, if you're vegetarian, that doesn't work, does it? You're not actually being treated with equality. You're being treated as if you're identical to the group, to the ones who have power. That's a fundamental misunderstanding of one of the most, the pillars of international human rights. And that can be extrapolated in the sense that equality should not be used to dismiss arrangements to address a real marginalization and vulnerability. In other words, when you have under peace accords, for example, some kind of autonomy arrangement to address perhaps the exclusion of minorities in a certain context, equality does not mean that this autonomy arrangement is unequal. Differences that are reasonable and justified in the context are the proper way of understanding equality without discrimination. I think in terms of the normative framework of international human rights, there's a fundamental misunderstanding as to how human rights should be understood, international standards, and how they should be mainstream. What are the human rights of minorities? What does that mean in practice? Here is, I think, a fundamental flaw which your brilliant presentations that I very much enjoyed actually, I think, highlighted. Another point which I think comes out after many of the issues that you've raised is, once again, the vulnerability or the instrumentalization of legislation in areas such as hate speech and conversion, how these can be twisted around and implemented in a way which actually affects negatively those that should be protected. Those who are human rights defenders that try to legitimately criticize governments, they themselves can find themselves at the receiving end of anti-hate speech legislation. That's ironic, but it shows that there are flaws in the way legislation which should protect human rights are being turned around and used in ways which can actually breach the human rights of those that should be protected. Those were an extremely important aspect, I think, that you raised and that we should look at much more closely. Nation building and equality, it is perhaps to come up back to one of those points. We are seeing a situation where nation building means building a nation that represents the interest and the characteristics of the majorities. And I'm not going to use the word jingoistic, but we are seeing a kind of nationalism, majoritarian nationalism, being implemented in many parts of Asia and other parts of the world, which really means that we are having situations where there is increasing discrimination, inequality, in fact, and discriminatory legislation applied and implemented that impacts mainly on minorities. I'm not going to use this to elaborate too much today. I'll have an opportunity at the end of tomorrow, but I just want to use a few statistics. Hate speech, where we have disaggregated data. Hate speech, particularly in social media, the vast majority, most of these cases target minorities, religious, ethnic, linguistic minorities. In countries where we have clear data, more than 3/4, for example, of hate speech targets these minorities. It's unfortunate that in terms of implementation of human rights, the measures to protect individuals against hate speech, that 3/4 of these measures don't protect those who are the most vulnerable, the main targets. They are religious minorities. They are ethnic minorities around the world. And yet at the United Nations, we very seldom talk about minorities as the main targets of hate speech. In terms of statelessness, the 10 million or so individuals around the world that have no citizenship, once again, more than 3/4 of these stateless people are persons who belong to minorities. It's not an accident. They are actually targeted by intentional legislation and practices of governments, such as in Myanmar, for the Rohingya, Roma minorities, some countries of Europe, Russian-speaking minorities in the Baltic states, and so on. These are the individuals where we need, or the areas where we need to actually better understand, mainstream, and understand what are the human rights of minorities in these specific areas. And once again, I just want to react to the observation that was also made, how some governments are intentionally, what we could say, not implementing and in fact recognizing or allowing impunity to exist in relation to the treatment of minorities. In terms of hate crimes that are being committed in many countries, there's no disaggregated data, because governments know that if this information were to be disaggregated, it would show clearly who are the main victims of hate crimes. And they do tend around the world to be persons who belong to minorities, and particularly minority women and others who tend to be on the, once again, receiving end of breaches of human rights. So I just wanted to react quickly, just to emphasize how much we need to do more to truly understand the normative framework of international human rights and what it can mean in practical terms for the protection of minorities, because that is still not sufficiently understood, because we have situations where equality is used to actually dismiss the legitimate grievances of minorities in many parts of the world. Radhika, thank you. It's always a pleasure to see you, and I hope to see you many times again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anyone who wants to say, because after this, I don't want to intervene. I think that's a perfect summary. Is there anyone who wants to say anything? If not, let me thank you all for excellent presentations and for the interveners. Let's, I think we go on to the next session and give you a 5-minute break for that. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Challenge.